Greg Rice, Anthony Murata,
Here.
Mark Hum,
Here.
Laura Starr,
Here.
Robert Lipa, Daniel Tanner, Juan Cotton.
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right, moving along, Pledge of Allegiance. Juan, would you lead us this evening?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thank you. Additions, deletions, recording, and approval of the agenda. I think we had a little typo there. Reordering. Anything at all for that? Nope. Approval of the minutes. Who had a chance to review the minutes?
I make a motion to approve.
All right, Mark makes a motion. Second by Juan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, at 6:05 PM, Ms. Starr has joined the meeting via Zoom.
I don't know, she gets to count twice. She's in here.
Oh, she's in chambers. I didn't see you there. I'm so sorry. There you are. Never mind.
Yeah, she was here for the start. Thank you, though. All right, case is swearing in of staff and applicants.
Okay, if you can move everyone over who's testifying, giving testimony.
Andrew and I will move everyone over. As you're promoted to panelists, please turn on your video and your audio so you can be sworn in. If you are the member who, or the person who has joined by phone, as a listener, you will not be able to provide testimony because we need to swear you in with video. If you'd like, you can so we can't promote you if you've joined by phone. So contact us at pzoning at lakeworthbeachfl.gov, and we'll arrange to have a link sent to you. Okay. We're still missing video from several folks. If you could continue to turn on your video and your audio, we would appreciate that. We can get everybody sworn in.
This is Mark Ambeck. I seem to be struggling getting my video working for some reason.
You're fine. We can see you just fine. No worries.
Okay, good. Okay.
Again, we have a couple more folks who still need to turn on their video. Please continue to do that so we can swear you in. If you're not sworn in at this time, because you cannot turn on your video, we can swear you in prior to your item. Again, Nelson and Juan, we need you to turn on your video, please.
I don't know how.
And who was that? Who said they didn't know how?
Right, that was Nelson.
Okay, let me see.
Okay.
Make sure that I can see you. Nelson, we'll swear you in prior to your item, just to keep things moving, okay?
So everyone, please enable your audio. Does everybody have their audio on? We need to hear.
No, they don't.
Ronaldo, Juan, Andreas.
Ricardo.
Ricardo, Annabella Garcia.
All right, I think that's it. I think we're good to go. Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear and affirm the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If so, say yes.
Yes.
Give us a moment while we move you back to attendee.
Thank you, Sherry. While we're moving folks to attendee, Alexis, if you want to go ahead and share your screen. Mr. Chairman, if you're ready for the first item, staff is ready to present.
Okay, very good. So, well, proof of publication. I saw it in the packet. I don't see it. Got that? All right. Let's move along to new business. PZB number 21-015-00003. Request by Wes Blackman of CWB Associates on behalf of David and Jennifer Hamill for consideration of a variance to the minimum required side setback for a residential shed at 1831 North Palm Way within the single-family residential zoning district. Steph, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Hold on one moment. Let me just reshare real quick. All right, thank you. For the record, I'm Alexis Rosenberg, Senior Community Planner, and I'll be presenting new business item A, consideration of a request by Wes Blackman on AICP of CWB Associates on behalf of David and Jennifer Hamel for consideration of a variance to the minimum required side setback for a residential shed at 1831 North Palm Way. The site 1831 North Palm Way is a single family zone property located in the 1800 block of North Palm Way. The lot currently houses a 2,814 square foot residence with a pool and a 120 square foot shed to the rear of the residence. The subject site is surrounded by single family zone properties to the north, south, east, and west. As mentioned, the applicant is Wes Blackman, AICP of CWB Associates, on behalf of David and Jennifer Hamill. The request is for a 5-foot variance to the minimum required side setback for accessory structures. If the variance request is granted, the applicant would be permitted to install a 240 square foot shed 5 feet from the north property line, as opposed to the required 10 feet, which is 10% of the lot width. On the left is the property survey showing the existing conditions of the site. The property consists of a 2,814 square foot residence, a pool to the rear of the residence, a driveway and carport to the north of the residence, and an existing 120 square foot shed in the northwest corner, which was permitted in 1967. The proposed placement of the new 240 square foot shed is shown in the drawing on the right-hand side, which is 5 feet from the rear property line to the west and 5 feet from the side property line to the north, as you can see here. Here are some pictures of the subject site from the east looking west. And here's an aerial view of the property showing the approximate location of the new shed. This table outlines the future land use, zoning districts, and current uses of the properties that surround the subject site. Based on staff's analysis, a majority of the lots in this area are 50 feet wide, which would require a 5-foot setback, side setback. Therefore, most existing sheds and new proposed sheds in the area will be 5 feet from the side property lines. However, because this particular property is 100 feet in width, that is why the 10-foot side setback is required, because that is 10% of the lot width. Staff received 7 letters of support from adjacent and nearby neighbors of 1831 North Palm Way. 3 of the letters were submitted prior to the publication of the packet and are included in attachment D. The remaining 4 letters were submitted after the publication of the packet, and those will be read into the record. Going into staff's analysis, the code has a high threshold for all variance applications. And based on staff's review, the proposal is found to be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, but is not found to be consistent with the findings of approval for all variances. Specifically, staff did not find the application to be consistent with criteria 1 through 3 in LDR section 23.2-26 subsection B. Staff's analysis is located on pages 4 through 6 of the staff report. As the proposed variance does not meet all the criteria of the comprehensive plan and the land development regulations, staff is not recommending approval of the subject variance application. And that concludes my presentation. The applicant also has a presentation, which I'm going to load up for you all now. All right, and Wes, just let me know when to click to the next slide and I'll do so.
Okay, can you hear me, everyone?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, great. Good evening, Chair, board members, and staff. My name is Wes Blackman. I'm Senior Principal Urban Planner with CWB Associates. Next slide, please. I have 35 years experience. I'm a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners since 1991, and I'm providing competent and substantial evidence as an expert in land use planning and zoning issues. I'm the agent for Dave and Jennifer Hamill, the owners of the property. In addition to this presentation, please include the justification statement included with the application request for the record. Next. This is the surveys you saw in the staff presentation. I'll try and keep this brief as I know that there are other items large items waiting in the agenda. So we'll go quickly through here. The important part is to notice that the house is not centered on the property. It consists of 2 50-foot platted lots for a total of 100 feet wide. And that is the operative standard upon which the zoning regulation is based in terms of 10% of lot width for any structure, accessory, or principal. And that is why we're asking for a variance for this shed today. You can see the shed in the upper right-hand corner of the property. North, and on this particular slide, is pointed to the right. And it's important to realize that the driveway has always been on the north side of the property. I would like to make a correction in the application. It said that it was a 10 by 12 existing shed. And upon further examination and finding the permit from 1967 today, it is an existing 8 by 12 foot shed. The 12-foot dimension will remain and 12 additional feet will be added to the east for a total of 20 by 12 feet for the dimension of the shed. Next. This is the early timeline, and it was included in the staff report, and I appreciate that on behalf of staff. The house was built in 1925, so it was probably one of the first houses in the area, and it had a over 400 square foot garage, excuse me. And sometime between 1946 and 1955, the garage was demolished. There have been other outbuildings on the property over time, including the current one, and they have always been in the same location in that northwest corner of the property. Next. This is a view looking west from North Palmway. I took this while riding my bike. Here you see a porte cochere. For those of you who aren't familiar with historic homes, since you're on the Planning and Zoning Board, you might not have seen this feature before on a house. A porte cochere was built during this era, the 1920s, to shelter people getting out of their Model A so that they would be protected from the weather as they go into the house. So the northern side of the house has always been the main entrance and exit to and from the house, and it's a significant portion of this. It's also important to note from this view that you would not see the new shed from the road. It is behind the fence that is to the west of the porte cochere. And it's also important to note the 50-foot wide lot to the north or the right on this picture and its close proximity to the property line because it's taking full advantage of its 10% of lot width, which is a 5-foot setback for the principal structure. Next. This is me on my bike again looking east. These are the properties across the street, and you can see again the two 50-foot wide lots taking full advantage of the 5-foot setback from their property lines for the principal structure, let alone an accessory structure. And this is typical for the area. Next. This is a property record card from the property file, and I appreciate staff finding that. I circled the former garage that existed in the early part of the 20th century. For a size property of this nature, 100 by 100 foot lot, you would think that there would be a garage, but there was at one time and maybe a storm took it down. But it's a nice historical document, and you can also see the porte cochere as being there as well as the main entry and exit point to the house on the north. Next. This is the existing shed and its condition. You can see the need for replacement, and you can also see the need of the property owner to store tools. You can see ladders and other tools that need to be inside, and that is the reason for the larger shed. The shed isn't hurting anyone 5 feet away from that 6.5 foot wide fence on the neighbor's property line. And it's also important to note in the middle picture that it is only about 2 feet from the pool deck. So if it were to move 5 additional feet to the south, it would be sitting squarely on the pool deck. Next. This is the architectural sketch that was done back in 2018 after consultation with the city staff, and Dave Hamill is part of the meeting. He's the property owner, and he can tell you about that and what his meeting with staff was at that time. But it does show an attractive shed that is expanded 12 feet to the west. It shows its relative position on the property in terms of the site plan in the left-hand side of that blown up above my insignia there. And next, please. This we agree with in the staff report. We'd like to not use a double negative and just say that it is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies of the City of Lake Worth Beaches Comprehensive Plan. I would like to note that this is a very minor change to the property overall. Next. This is one of the criterion that we have to meet. We have to meet one of 4. We disagree with staff. We do find that there are special circumstances or conditions which exist, which are peculiar to the land or building for which the variance is sought and do not apply generally to nearby lands and buildings. And that is not the result of the applicants. And I would like to read a list of conditions that are not a result of the applicant right now. The large size of the lot relative to the lots in the general area, the size of the house in relation to the lot and the position of the pool. The driveway is and has been on the north side of the property since 1925, and that is evidenced by the porte cochere. The north door is almost exclusively used for entering and exiting the house due to the location through the driveway. The lot cannot be split due to the configuration and the size of the building on the lot. And the lot is almost entirely surrounded by 50-foot wide lots that can all have their principal and accessory structures set back 5 feet from the property line. Next. This is from the staff analysis, the staff report. We would point out that it is the criterion does not refer to 100-foot, other 100-foot wide lots in the city. Next slide, please. By referring to the entire city, you're talking about the 7 square mile area that is the city of Lake Worth. There are many sizes of lots within the city of Lake Worth, and it's almost like saying the moon is in the same general area as the earth. So what we would like to do is go back to the criterion and look at the generally nearby land and buildings. Next. And here is the same area that was shown in Alexis's presentation. It is the area between Federal Highway on the left and R Street on the right. And it's between Wellesley Drive and 18th Avenue North. And you can see the subject property, 1831 North Palmway, highlighted in the center. Next. These are, I counted the lots for you because it doesn't seem like there are 54 here, but these 54 lots are all approximately 50 feet wide. 14 and 15 are a little bit of outliers, but that shows the extent of 50-foot wide lots generally found in nearby land in this area of the city. Again, we think it is not correct to refer to the entire city and just to refer to this general area. So in the general area, we find it meets the standard. Next. Furthermore, in 2018, the city changed the minimum lot width and minimum lot area to a smaller lot size. So the standard lot width now is 50 feet. So a more appropriate setback would be the 10% of the lot width, or 50 feet in this area. Next. The next criterion that we disagree with staff, the strict application of the provision of these LDRs would deprive the applicant of any reasonable use of the land or building for which the variance is sought. We've established that there's already a single family house. It's allowed by right. It has a pool and it has had a garage or a shed there. So any really is not of importance, but let's look at reasonable and the proximity of the driveway and the main entrance to the house, and the fact that the pool exists and is an obstruction to the location of the shed. So we would find that this does meet the criterion. Next. And the variance proposed is the minimum variance, which makes possible the reasonable use of land. I pointed out the proximity of the pool deck. The location of the shed that you're seeing there would just be extended 12 feet to the east and keep that same dimension of 12 feet that you see there where the double doors are. Next. And I'd like to point this out in Muni Code. This is how the code is written today. The top part of the table is the setback that we're applying for a variance from, the 10% of lot width. But then there's another part of the table that's shown below, the maximum wall height at the side setback. And it says that lots between 50 and 100 feet in width can be up to 18 feet high at the 5-foot setback. And that refers to 100 feet lot in width at 5-foot setback. So there's a contradiction in the code here that should be corrected with a code rewrite of some sort, because the two just don't square together. And I think that can be done. And as a suggestion, staff had a Zoom meeting with me on April 26th where we discussed that matter. Next. And we agree with staff that it does meet criterion number 4. The granting of the variance will be in accordance with the spirit and purpose of this chapter and will not be unduly injurious to contiguous property or the surrounding neighborhood, nor otherwise detrimental to the public welfare. So we agree with that criterion. Next. This is a timeline of the recent history, starting with February 2nd, 2021. That's when the permit was submitted. We are here at May 5th, 2021. So a lot of time has expired. When the property owner approached the city, or when the city pointed out the fact that the submitted plans were in violation of the side setback requirement, the only option given was that of a variance application. So that's why we're here today. And it's taken a while to get that together and be in front of you. Next. And next, please. You can see there is a rear setback requirement for accessory structures of 5 feet in the single family residential zoning district. And in that telephone call of April 26th, there was discussion that there would be a code change eventually next that would have a side setback for accessory structures, which would be 5 feet. And we would like the approval today because we feel that we meet the criterion. It has been a while. The applicant would like to get on with his project. And we don't think it's necessary to wait for a code change. And the applicant is here. If you have any questions, I can answer any questions. And thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, Blackman. All right, so we've heard from city, we heard from the applicant's representative. Start with the board members and questions. Juan, you want to start us off?
I'll pass. I mean,
You want us to come back to you?
yeah, it'll come back to me. I just, my biggest, I'm trying to get over everything that the staff is saying it doesn't meet 3 of the 4 variances.
I can't hear you
Oh, sorry, can you hear me?
very well.
There's 3, right? Right here, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and only the 4th actually meets the criteria. So I've got 3 out of the 4, and that's kind of a lot, you know. I'd like to hear more through comments, and then I'll spin back to myself.
All right. Sounds good. Well, let's swing it over to Mark. Mark, any questions for staff or applicant?
No. Yeah, I don't know what. I don't really have anything to say at this time, yeah.
Fair enough. Bob, how about yourself?
I have no questions.
All right, and Laura?
What are the requirements for a shed as far as the building code? Do they have to comply with the same requirements that a home does? So like a storm comes, does it blow apart and blow into your neighbor's yard and that cause damage to your neighboring property if it's not built to code? Like what is the code for a shed?
I know they do have to comply with the building code. Part of a shed review when they apply for a building permit is it does go through building review and they make sure that it's properly tied down and check the wind load calculations as well.
So what does that compare to? I don't know. I'm not understanding your explanation. So how you compare
The
it to-
Florida Building Code has wind code requirements for structures. So a structure has to be tied to the ground and the roof has to be tied to the structure so it doesn't blow away. So the answer to your question is yes, the Florida Building Code anticipates that there is a review for accessory structures like sheds.
Okay, so it does comply with the building code then? It's required to comply with the building code?
It is required. This one has not, I'm not sure if this one has been through building code review yet because it got flagged in zoning. So it would continue on through the permit process if you all approve the variance this evening. And I will just follow up on something that Wes did say is that, this case coming forward, it did kind of bring to light. We do occasionally have these 100-foot lots in our single family district. We do have an exemption for accessory structures for the rear setback, and that's standard regardless of the size. Something that Alexis mentioned as well. We are looking at a side setback for consistency with the 50-foot lot for accessory structures. The problem is in this particular case, staff's hands are really tied because this is a 100-foot lot, and those the zoning review thresholds are very high for a variance. So.
Have the neighboring properties on both sides and in the rear and in the front approved of it?
So I believe we've had 7 letters of support. I believe one of those letters is from the adjacent property to the north. I think Sherry will be reading those into the record. And then I did have the property owner to the south call me, just asking where the proposed shed was going. I let her know and she said she was fine with it.
Property behind it and in front of it?
The property, let me bring up the map real quick. Hold on one moment. So I believe one of the letters of support is from the property to the north. I can double check. And that's going to be the
Alexis?
property. Yes.
Excuse me. So we have a letter of support from the immediately adjacent property to the north, as well as the next one to the north on the corner of Palmway and Wellesley. Both of those lots would be able to see the proposed shed from their property, as well as the one across the alley where your cursor is currently. If you go one lot to the south, that lot is a vacation rental, Airbnb, whatever have you. It is not occupied. And then if you put your cursor in the alleyway and then go immediately to the north, keep going across Wellesley, that lot right there on the opposite side of Wellesley also has submitted a letter of support.
Just to confirm, this is Mr. Hamill speaking, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and then just to follow, the property to the south, I don't believe they submitted a letter of support, but they did call and they seemed okay with the placement of the shed.
And the ones across the street, they can't see it?
It's not visible from across the street. No, ma'am.
Is there anything that is proposed to shield it, such as landscaping, trees, anything?
Currently, there's a 6-foot privacy fence, and there's also mature coconut palms in the that would intervene between the street view and the front of the proposed shed.
How high is the proposed shed?
It's got 8-foot walls and then, single-story shed. And it will also be blocked by the roof line of the porte cochere that was pointed out by Mr. Blackman.
So how high is it? 8 feet or 8 feet plus a roof?
8 feet plus a roof, yes, ma'am. And also, Ms. Starr, just to answer your question about the building construction, this is not a fabricated shed that you would purchase at Home Depot or whatever have you that's got aluminum siding. This is a engineered, site-built storage building that would be the exact same code that if you were building a home currently or a garage. It meets South Florida Building Code and it is site-built. It is not a store-bought, accessory shed, if you will.
Who's building it?
I am building it.
Are you a contractor?
I am, yes, ma'am.
A general contractor?
I'm a residential contractor. I have been since 1991, and I'm a third-generation carpenter.
Anything else, Laura?
No, not right now.
Okay, thank you. I think I heard Alexis confirm the statement. There was 7 letters in support. Backup material says 3. We're going to read 4 more into the record. To make sure I understand this correct, it's currently located within that 5-foot setback, correct? And they're expanding the footprint on it. Do I understand that correctly?
Is set back 5 feet from the property line, and we're asking to maintain that with the 12-foot addition to the east.
Okay.
A little bit closer to the property line than 5 feet west. It's like 4 feet 6 inches from the property line. So the current
new building
shed
would be the new building would be 5 feet from the property line.
That's correct.
Okay, so and the reason why this is coming before us is because you're basically tearing down the old shed, putting the new one, and therefore it has to go by the current standards. Is that correct?
That's correct. That is correct. So the current shed is in the state of disrepair. It's been there since 1967. We propose to put a new building in the same location. It will be larger, but it will not get any closer to the property line on the side or the rear setback.
Okay. All right, thank you. I guess my general comment, in hearing comments like, staff's hands are tied, that's why we're here. And I get the whole double lot thing. No, the other homes go by the 5 feet. My own personal opinion on it is that I don't see what extra harm a double lot home would cause using or staying out of that 5 foot instead of having to stay out of the 10 foot. So that's just my comments for you guys. So I just want to swing back over to you. I know you said you wanted to wait a couple minutes. Anything else that's come up? Questions?
Site plan available?
Site plan.
Yes, that was part of our presentation, and it was also in the staff presentation.
Can you bring
Do you
it up?
guys see the screen now? It's on the left-hand side here.
Alexis, you have the wrong thing showing. You have the main PowerPoint. You need to go to the different screen. Share.
Okay, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna pull up mine. All right, so on the left-hand side is the survey showing the existing conditions of the lot. This middle picture here is part of the building permit from 1967 for the existing shed. And then here to the right is the site plan for the new shed, which would be the 240 square foot shed. As you can see, 5 feet from the north, 5 feet from the west.
From what I'm seeing, there's a lot of, and is there any reason why this is flipped? That last drawing, I guess, that's flipped. Is that correct?
Are you talking about the drawing on the right?
Yeah, the drawing on the right. Seems to be flipped from the central drawing, the 67 drawing. I want to get my locations correct.
So yeah, north is going to be pointed up. So the shed is in the northwest corner of the lot.
Okay, so you've got a shed that had almost 5 foot. I see 4.84, and I see the other 4.91 feet. That's the existing survey, and you're bringing it in. Okay, I'm assuming that this is very close to the same old position that the other one was in. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I understand staff that has to go through a lot of hair breaking codes in the LDRs, and they have to interpret it correctly. But in terms of use and in terms of what you're really doing, looking at the reality of what it is, you're really not doing much but building a slightly bigger shed to, store things in. This will not be a habitable structure. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I understand the nuances of the code and what we're doing here, and I could see that, between the 50-foot lots and the 100-foot lots and how the LDRs treat some of the breakup of those things. But at the end of the day, you're just expanding a small shed into a little bit bigger shed. And I can't see that being such a harmful thing, especially with 7 letters of support. So.
All right. Very good.
I have 2 more questions. Will the shed have running water in it?
I think you're muted, Dave.
I'm sorry. No, ma'am. This is just going to replace the existing shed. It's going to just be a storage building for yard equipment and whatever have you. No power, no water.
And what about windows? No windows?
There are windows. If you look at the architectural drawing, we designed it to match the style of the home. So we'll have a similar roof line, and we'll also have a similar fit and finish so that it doesn't look so much like a storage building. If you look at the current one now, it's not very attractive. So in the spirit of the community, we're trying to make it match the architectural style of our home.
That was it. No more questions.
I do have one more question.
Yes, Bob, please.
With the increase in the square footage, that also means you're going to have an increase in the roof line and runoff water. I'm happy that you have letters of support from your neighbors to the north and also directly behind the property behind the shed. But where will the water runoff go? Are there gutters, or is it just a runoff, and which direction will it run?
In this particular drawing, there are not any gutters that are indicated, but we could certainly install those and direct those down our driveway the way that the water currently runs off the property.
Thank you.
That's it.
All right.
Can that be added as a condition?
Yes, we can.
Time is a motion. So when a motion's made,
Okay, I was
you
just-
could add it.
I didn't
To
know
that.
if it was something that could be done.
I can, yeah. All right, Sherry, will you read those letters? And I think we're still pending that part.
Okay, certainly. We have actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 letters. I'm not sure which ones were scanned into you. So if you have a copy, I can go through it real briefly. So I'll start with the ones that are I have 3 that are not actually within the 400-foot radius, and the balance are John and Jennifer Rachel, 1828 North Ocean Breeze. Stating that Jennifer and Dave Hamill reside behind them at 1831. They have upgraded the house and property and would like to replace an existing shed which is rotted with a new structure in the same location. They have no issues, and the improvements on their property are an asset to the neighborhood. The next one would be from Gretchen and Brian Gong at 123 Wellesley. And they're writing on behalf of the neighbors and saying that they live 2 doors down on the corner of Wellesley and North Palmway, and stated that the city's current requirement for the shed be built at least 10 feet from the property line due to having a double lot, despite their old shed being approved at 5 feet, and how that requirement would create a problem based on their current landscape and location of the pool. They're indicating their support for the project and that they have no issue with Hamill's new building a new shed on their property with a 5-foot setback. They're great neighbors, public servants, and always keep their property neat and clean, well-maintained. The next one will be from Lauren Coleman, located at 136 Wellesley. Regard this formal letter of support for Dave and Jenna Hamill residing at 1831 North Palmway. We're requesting an easement from your department to replace a shed located in their backyard. They reside just across the street from the alley that services the rear of their property, and they have no reservations with respect to the request for a variance or any other accommodation to make this project come to fruition. We very much welcome the property improvement. The next one would be from Eleanor Schenk. I think I'm saying her name right. She's located at 1827 North Palmway. And she says, be advised that she's the next door neighbor to Jennifer and Dave Hamill, and she fully supports her request for the shed they are applying for and hopes that their application will be approved as soon as possible. The last one was not really so much, it was just a courtesy notice that was returned from, I believe it was Sharon Colaro, located at 1820 North Palmway, stating that they have no problem with the above structure. So those are the ones that are the nearest. Then I had 3 more. Brian Luongo, located at 1327 North Palmway, supporting any granting of a variance for the construction of the shed to replace the existing shed and structure. As a neighborhood resident, he welcomes the move to improve the neighborhood properties. Simply replacing an existing structure poses no detriment to the neighbors and enhances the value of all properties around. 213 Vanderbilt Drive, which is Joe Tosley, writing to inform you that he lives on 213 Vanderbilt and has no issues with the Hamills replacing the shed that has been on their property for nearly 50 years. It won't do any harm to anything in the neighborhood and will only improve it. And lastly, from Erin Allen, located at 208 South Lakeside, writing on behalf of the Hamills and the variance for the construction of the shed. She's been a realtor in the area for for 37 years and represented them when they purchased the house. This is an extensive letter. So to speak, works in the trenches, so to speak, on a daily basis with buyers, sellers, and often come across improvements that were made illegally. She believes the variance request and its denial is a classic example of why people choose to circumvent the proper channels within the city to work on their property. They've decided to go do the right thing and go to the city to get a variance to increase the size of the shed, where most people would have simply just torn it down and replaced it with a new one. It would be easy to do this without the city's knowledge because the property is completely fenced in and covered in thick vegetation. The property is a bit of an oddity in the area because the majority of properties are 50 foot wide and would only require 5-foot setback on the side for an accessory structure. By all accounts, it appears there's been a structure at this location for over the years since the home was built, either a detached garage or shed. If they were to orient the shed lengthwise north and south rather than east and west, it would put the shed into the existing pool deck. There's ample room for the shed to be oriented lengthwise east and west with plenty of breathing space around the structure to be unobtrusive. Knowing the quality of what they've done, I'm sure the structure will be built in such a way as to complement the construction of the main house. The location of the shed is easily accessible from the driveway, and to require them to place the shed all the way to the south side of the property is overburdensome. I understand that staff has a difficult job at times because it's their job to interpret codes quite literally, and that's why our board exists and variances are allowed. If under the chapter, the request cannot be unduly injurious to contiguous property or surrounding neighborhood, nor otherwise detrimental to public welfare, then I think they have met the threshold, as it does not adversely affect the next door neighbor nor the surrounding neighborhood, and it's certainly not a detriment to public welfare. She would appeal to your board member sensibilities and ask that you grant the variance. And that's it.
All right. Thank you very much. How about public comment? We have, other than the letters, do we have any members of the public speaking?
You're a member of the public, and we didn't have anybody register, but if you are an attendee and a member of the public that would like to speak on this item, if you could raise your hand now. We have none, so I think we're good.
Okay. I will entertain the motion.
I move to approve the Z project number 210150003.
I'll second the motion.
All right. We have a motion on the floor in a second. Chair, would you like to call a roll vote?
Sure. Laura?
Aye.
Bob?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Anthony?
Aye.
And Juan?
Aye.
All right.
And
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have this on our list to take a look at, and next time we crack open the LDRs, staff will take an extra look.
Sounds good. In the meantime, we'll look forward to the shed opening party.
Absolutely. I'm sure it'll be beautiful.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Hamel.
Ladies and gentlemen, the staff and the board, thank you very much for your time and your approval.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
All right. Moving along, PZB number 21-009-00001. A request by Patricia Ramudo, PE of IBI Group, on behalf of Ricardo Hernandez of OAG Investment 5 LLC, for consideration of a mixed-use urban plan development of significant impact, major site plan, conditional use, sustainable bonus incentive program, and transfer of development incentive program to allow for the construction of 126-unit mixed-use development, commonly known as Deco Green at 1715 North Dixie Highway within the mixed-use Dixie Highway zoning district. The subject property's PCN is 3843441606014010. All right, staff, I guess we'll start with you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Meyer from our team will be presenting.
Thank you. Let's give us 1 second. Can everyone hear me?
Yep, we can hear you in the chambers.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening. For the record, this is Andrew Meyer, Senior Community Planner, and I will be presenting new business item B, consideration of a mixed-use urban plan development of a significant impact, major site plan, conditional use, sustainable bonus incentive program, and transfer of development rights incentive program to construct a 127-unit mixed-use development commonly known as Deco Green at 1715 North Dixie Highway. The subject site is located on the west side of North Dixie Highway between 17th and 18th Avenues North, as can be seen on the map. The property is zoned mixed-use Dixie Highway and is surrounded by property also zoned mixed-use Dixie Highway. Patricia Ramudo, PE of IBI Group, is requesting to build a 127-unit mixed-use development, which includes 7,450 square feet of commercial space. As such, the applicant is requesting the following approvals: a mixed-use urban plan development to construct a 127-unit multifamily development with about 7,450 square feet of commercial space, a development of significant impact to construct a residential development in excess of 100 units, a major site plan for the development of a new multifamily development in excess of 7,500 square feet, conditional use permit to establish a mixed-use master plan greater than 7,500 square feet, a sustainable bonus incentive program for an additional density, intensity, and height, and a transfer of development rights incentive program for a 10% increase in residential density. The proposed project consists of 3 buildings. Buildings 1 and 3 are smaller buildings located in the northeast and southeast corners of the site, and each contain 3,725 square feet of ground level commercial, as well as 6 dwelling units. Building 2 is a larger 7-story residential structure containing 6 floors, totaling 115 dwelling units with ground level parking. In total, the site will contain 127 dwelling units and 7,450 square feet of commercial space. All 3 buildings are oriented towards a large landscape plaza, which will contain a dog park and children's playground. This is a view of the site as it would be seen from North Dixie Highway. As can be seen, the site focuses the more active commercial, retail, and recreational uses along North Dixie Highway and keeps vehicular parking toward the rear of the site, which are design choices in support of the city's major thoroughfare design guidelines. This is a view of Building 1, showing the ground level commercial and retail uses with residential located above. Based on Palm Beach County property appraisers' records and city's records, the site previously contained a mixture of residential buildings along 17th and 18th Avenues North and a few commercial buildings along North Dixie Highway. Today, the entire site is vacant with no currently existing structures and no active business licenses issued. The photo on the left is a view of the site from 17th Avenue North, and the photo on the right is the view from North Dixie Highway. As stated earlier, the property is surrounded by properties that are zoned mixed-use Dixie Highway and contain a future land use of mixed-use east. The subject site is surrounded by a mixture of single-family residential, multifamily residential, commercial, and service uses. Staff created a table analyzing the project's consistency with the Bay Zoning District regulations, which can be seen on the right. The project was found to be generally consistent with the city's land development regulations. The creation of a mixed-use urban plan development allows the developer to customize LDRs that are applicable to the project site, which provide flexibility to allow for more creative and attractive development in the city. The 3rd and 4th floor setbacks, maximum wall height at side setbacks, maximum impermeable surface coverage, and signage are areas where the project will differ from the base regulations. A summarized version is on pages 3 through 6 of the staff report. Staff found the proposal to be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, strategic plan, land development regulations, and major thoroughfare design guidelines. In conclusion, staff recommends that the board recommend approval of the mixed-use urban plan development, development of significant impact, major site plan, conditional use permit, transfer of development rights, and sustainable bonus incentive program as conditioned to the city commission. I have the conditions of approval available if you'd like to go over them. This concludes my presentation. The applicant will now be presenting a supplemental presentation on the project.
Thank you, Andrew. Good evening, Chair, board members, and staff. My name is Patricia Ramuto, and on behalf of the Deco Green team, we would like to share a brief presentation of our project. Next slide, please. This presentation will include a description of the project, why Deco Green, the tenant mix, project implementation schedule, the public benefits, the sustainable bonus incentive and transfer development rights, and a follow-up with a Q&A at your pleasure. Next slide, please. And if you could unmute Ricardo.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Ricardo Hernandez. I am the founder and CEO of the development company. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present our project to the general public. Our ultimate goal to this project is to create a new and iconic and memorable architecture design where people can live, play, and work. This is what we are taking into consideration to design this project and to move forward with it. Next slide, please. This is our site. You saw Andrew explain where is the location of the site. This is a recent photo that we took, and this is where we're gonna build the project that we are proposing. Next slide, please. Now I'm gonna give the word to our landscape architect, Andres, and he's gonna explain the site plan.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andres Montero. As you can see in the site plan, Deco Green Development encourages walkability between the housing and workplace and the amenities. They provide a sense of community. The live, work, and play lifestyle of the growing priority for residents, and our team has responded with the design of the amenities that set the Deco Green community apart from the rest. As you can see, this big outdoor space in the center incorporate about 15,000 square feet of a large plaza with 6,000 square feet of an open lawn, which is the heart of the project. This large public open space is bordered by outdoor seating and extensive planting. The three-dimensional pedestrian-oriented space layers compatible land uses, private and public amenities together at various scales. Other amenities in this large open space is a dog park, children playground, bike racks, benches, and outdoor pedestrian lighting. All these amenities are designed to encourage residents and public to access and enjoy the outdoors. This communal outdoor space will provide space for children, young and older people to play and interact with other members of the community. Deco Green provides for the area to be revitalized into a vibrant community with abundance of green space and respect for the surrounding areas. This development was designed not only to address a site, but also to contribute to enhance the surrounding streets, which are 17th and 18th Street and Dixie Highway. By creatively integrating the buildings and the streets and all the activities that happen at the ground floor of the buildings. Our design strongly encourages pedestrian and bicycle-friendly environment by increasing the activity and vibrancy of the streets. The selection of the perimeter landscape, the plant material that surrounds the property and the buildings was selected to the appropriate scale of the development to visually soften the views of structures from streets and the surrounding properties. Now I'm going to pass the mic to Anabela Garcia, which is the architect in charge of the project. Well, we have a next slide, please, which shows, we have in the project, we have 120 residential units, 258 square feet of office space, kids playground, murals, art throughout the property, about 7,000 square feet of retail, 300,000 open space, and a dog park. Annabella?
Thank you, Andres. My name is Annabella Garcia. I am one of the architects for this project. I've been with the Martin Architectural Group for a long time, and we're very excited and we look forward to this great opportunity. We have designed this project taking under consideration the major thoroughfare design guidelines from the city of Lake Worth, which focus on pedestrian-friendly access and superb architectural addressing the streets and the overall context within each of the sites. I would like to quote a beautiful phrase from this beautiful book, which, by the way, it is very well written. And their first sentence is, "The city of Lake Worth, the city, is a vibrant, extraordinary place where tranquility meets creativity and where the power of the potential turns into a blank canvas." These are very strong words, which allow us to create even more and to dig into the design. The overall concept for this project was also inspired by the Art Deco Bauhaus movement and some of those other distinguishable architectural movements that somehow have influenced and are part of our South Florida history. Can you move to slide number 7, please? We have taken under consideration the overall design for this project. We have placed and oriented the buildings in a very specific way, allowing us to have a true open concept, generating a center activity, which we're calling our Green Space Plaza. Can you go to the next slide, please, 8? The plaza was designed so we can have different activities like art festival and any other public gathering in general that will benefit the lifestyle of our residents and the community as well. What is unique about the small mixed-use 3-story buildings along the north side and south side of the plaza, which is on 17 and 18, is that the ground floor retail is not all facing Dixie Highway. It also opens and integrates our beautiful plaza. The proposed retail elevations for this area are also designed for tenants so they can have more exposure to the green area. We are proposing big storefronts like garage doors that will open when weather permits. For the retail, small coffee shop, art studios, yoga studios, or any other uses can spill out into the public green plaza, making this area a true festive environment for the residents and the community. Please, can you go back to slide number 7? The space above the retail for buildings 1 and 3 are townhouse loft units. This will have a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom units. Another unique feature of these 2 buildings facing Dixie Highway, it will have 2 beautiful murals, creating a true stylish artist community. And we can see that on our building elevations on slide number 11, please, Andrew. Next. It's right on top, on the very top, right, no, the one previous, Andrew. Thank you. It's right on the right side or left side. Those will be building 1 and building 3 facing Dixie Highway, and that's where we plan to do the murals. Building 2 sits in the back and it's facing our green plaza. You can go back to the previous slides, Andrew. Building 2, it's the one that you see here in the back, exactly, that one that we're seeing right now. And it's facing the plaza, and we are proposing 1 and 2 bedroom units. And we're very proud to introduce to the market and the city a 3-bedroom corner unit. Hopefully, this will bring young families into our project and our community. Building number 2 is where we have all the residential amenities. To the north side, can you go back to slide number 11, Andrew, where we show the floor plans and the CAD elevations? Thank you. To the north side of the building number 2, we are going to have a club room. Like I said, all the amenities on the for the residents. We'll have the club room, the lounge TV area, small catering, a small business center with 2 small goees for the youngest residents. Adjacent to this area, we'll have a large terrace with seating arrangement overlooking at the east and the green space below. At the ground floor of building 2, it's where the majority of our parking will be. So pretty much this building is like a podium. But we have able to integrate our beautiful lobby, which is going to be a 2-story with a nice mail room and a large drop-off package area, the elevator lobby, utilities, and other services. And this area will be all secure and protected. Going back to the last level where we have the amenities, before I forget, we have also provided on the south side, the exercise room. And which is adjacent also to a large terrace with seating arrangement overlooking the beautiful ocean and the plaza below. Well, this pretty much complements a description, a really quick description of the architecture and the whole program for this building. If you go to the next slide, Andrew. It will show some of the typical, to the left side are the loft units located on buildings 1 and 3. And to the right side, we have the building units, which have our 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3 bedrooms. All the amenities are on our last floor. And you can see those on the bottom right-hand side corner where we have our club room and the exercise room. Pretty much this complements the program and the design. Next will be Reynaldo explaining why Deco Green. Thank you. Reynaldo. Andrew, do we have connected with Reynaldo?
Give us 1 second. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not sure if let me lower the hand, but it's not turning on my camera. It's something on your end, Andrew, that you have to do, or is this my end? Okay, good evening, everyone, and thank you very much. We are very excited to be part of Okay. Good evening, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes.
hear you.
We do hear you, yes.
All right, thank you. Good evening, and thank you very much for this opportunity to present our project. We're very excited with Deco Green, and we're very excited to be part of the Lakewood Beach community. We're very deep involved with this project, and we're very sure that it's going to bring a unique experience to the city and to the community. So if you could please, Andrew, go to the next slide. So as you can see, and we have heard from our team of professionals. We have combined the architecture design, the landscaping design, and we have included also the artists for the mural. So we can come up with a proposal that engage not only with the city requirements, but also with the community. So when we focus on Deca Green, we can break down that into 4 pillars. That Deca Green, it's focused on community-oriented uses. It's focused on a forward-thinking architecture design. It has a design, as Anabella was explaining, that is inspired by the Art Deco and the Bauhaus style, but it's also come and brings a new tweak to that design to modernize that and coming up with a new style for a project. We believe that our project will will bring connectivity and improve access to all the uses that we are combining into the site. And also we believe that this project will serve the plaza that we're designing, that will serve the community, will be connected as well with our neighbor project, the MID that is next door. So we believe that all those things that are going to happen there will bring that connectivity to our project. And also the other pillar and one of the most important is that we want with Deca Green, we know and we're sure that we're going to promote local businesses and we're going to enhance the community engagement, because this area and everything that we have designed for this project will bring that type of atmosphere to the city. So if you could please go to the next slide. So in essence, Deca Green is designed to honor a community of artists that has created extraordinary things that came to define Lake Worth identity. So that's why we focused in so many details so we can come up with a proposal that also that helps to honor that community. So in order to do that, one of the most important aspects that we have to consider, beside all that we have spoken in this presentation, is who are going to be the tenants on our project. So Andrew, if you could go to the next slide. The tenants are the ones that are going to bring this atmosphere and to bring the vibe that we want to have in the Deca Green. So what we have seen and what we're showing in this slide is a summary of the tenant mix vision that, the tenant that we envision to have in this project is not necessarily the tenants that we're gonna have for sure, but it's what we want to work with to get on board. So from local art galleries, a local bakery, a local yoga studio, a local tattoo shops. All these tenants are the principles that will bring this activity and that will bring the community to come and gather and enjoy our plaza, enjoy the atmosphere, the community, and the residents. Can you please go to the next slide? So in the project schedule, this is a timeline that we are estimating right now. We are in our first community engagement meeting. It's in the second row of this chart that you see over here. So we are planning to, these are all the steps, and what we are envisioning and planning and estimated is to commence the construction in March 2022, if all of what we are presenting now is approved by the board and by the public. So can you please go to the next slide? So public benefit. We have already discussed throughout the presentation information about what is going to be a public benefit to the community. So can you please go to the next slide so we can present in summary? These are numbers that Deca Green, this is going to be a major investment that we're going to commit in North Dixie Highway. Is a project that is valued, the cost is valued at $31 million. all the improvement and the design that we are going to focus for the open plaza to enhance that landscape and to provide all that we have discussed in here is valued around $600,000. The public art murals and the plaza sculpture, and we haven't mentioned the plaza sculpture, but maybe you saw it in the renders, but we're gonna have, beside the two murals on the building 1 and building 3, we're gonna have a plaza sculpture in the middle, and in that altogether, we're estimating a cost of about $144,000 that we're going to commit to get that done. Once the property is completed and being occupied by these residents, we estimate that this project is going to bring an annual tax revenue to the city and on approximately about $400,000 annually. And we have here the impact fees that are all the impact fees that we're estimating that this project is going to incur in order to pay for the cost of the impact that this project is going to have in the community. So if you could go to the next slide. Okay, additional public benefits. We have engaged, we will engage the local community development entities to foster entrepreneurship and new business opportunities for locals. We have also spoke with our general contractor that we want to encourage and we want to create new local jobs during the construction phase and after the construction phase for all those employees and workers that are going to be on the construction side or and the business side when all these retail and commercial open spaces are operating. And last but not least is the Decker Green will promote open and public, it will promote open and public events for visitors and residents alike. We want for this plaza to be an iconic destination, not only for the residents, but also for the visitors that come to visit Lake Work. We will engage and we will promote this area in order to gather all the community and promote the area so we can do those type of events. So the next slide.
Thank you. As was said, we are requesting sustainable bonus incentives and transfer development rights in order to achieve this iconic project. Next slide, please. The purpose of the Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program is to encourage the incorporation of sustainable design and development principles within new development and redevelopment projects to foster a more sustainable, economically vibrant, diverse community with an emphasis on high quality design and appreciation of the city's unique cultural, architectural, historical, and natural resources. Next slide, please. Of the incentives proposed, these are for on-site as well as off-site. The on-site incentives include the enhanced landscape, the dog park, playground, site amenities, water efficiency, fundamental commissioning, the minimum energy performance, energy and atmosphere enhancements, public art, murals, and the plaza sculpture, which we can share that rendering again to show you where it's located. The off-site incentives include the utility undergrounding, which will remove the power poles and overhead utilities and place them underground, not only because of the aesthetics it provides, but it also is a more resilient installation. Of the incentives proposed, we are going to exceed the required that is calculated for both of these features. And we are proposing these various incentives to be incorporated into the Florida Green Building Certification Program. Next slide, please. At this time, we thank you for your attention and are available for your comments or questions. And if Andrew, you would go back to slide 10, we can show you the rendering and identify the sculpture as well. So if you see in the center of the rendering, the sculpture in the, which is the focal point right in front of building 2. And there is a seat wall as well as a pedestal for the sculpture. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
All right. Thank you. I just want to confirm with staff, this one is a quasi judicial hearing, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so we've heard from the city applicant. So do we have any affected parties that we need to hear from?
We do not.
Okay. All right, moving along then. We'll head over to our board members who would like to start with their questions. Well, we'll start with that in Laura this time then. Laura, do you have any questions you want to start with?
No, I'll circle back.
All right, actually, let me throw something out there too. I want to get a clarification because I did not stay for the entire city commission meeting last night. And I know one of the items on the agenda was, I think, putting a 6-month moratorium on the sustainable bonus items. Can anyone tell us if that was addressed or pushed off?
The commission approved a zoning in progress to address the sustainable bonus program. They identified areas of the sustainable bonus that that they would want to eliminate for future projects. This project is not subject to that zoning in progress as it was submitted prior to the zoning in progress.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that so that we're all in the right area here. Okay.
What were can I ask a question about that? Or
sure.
If you know, what were the areas that the commission?
Well, let's hold that because that's not relevant to this case. So can we keep that until the end?
Chairman, this is William Waters. We'll be discussing that zoning in progress under planning reports or departmental reports at the end of the meeting.
All right, that's where we'll be. Thank you. I want to know the answer to that too. Just want to keep it in the right spot. All right, Laura, did you have anything else?
No, I'd rather go towards the end and see.
I do have a question regarding impermeable surface coverage. Basically, we allow 65%, but you're appearing to go over that by 2.3%, 67.3. And one of your solutions is semi-pervious pavers are used for parking located outside the building footprint. Please explain that and tell me what your definition of that is.
Thank you. This is pervious concrete, and it is considered semi-pervious or 50% pervious. It is a sustainable feature that is being incorporated. We're not adding it to the sustainable bonus incentives credits. It is just being used to compensate for the pervious impervious criteria.
Okay, and it says outside the building footprint. Would you explain that to me, please?
Andrew, if you could go to the site plan, I'll share where it is. So we have a pedestal building. Building 2 is a pedestal building, and the north, south, and west perimeter parking is where the pervious concrete pavement will be placed. The rest under the building has to be concrete, so it is an impervious surface. But the rest of the parking will be, as you said, a pervious concrete pavement.
Okay, so surrounding that entire building are pavers.
No, it's pervious concrete, which is a concrete material, but the mix allows it to be pervious. Yes.
And what is the cost of that compared to regular concrete?
To be honest, it is a little more expensive, but because it saves on drainage and also provides more sustainability and resilience, there is an offset that compensates on the drainage system.
And would that concrete be usable in the parking lot?
Well, we typically use it on the parking surfaces as opposed to the driving surfaces. But it certainly can be, and we have done it in past projects where the entirety of the pavement is pervious pavement.
And I'm looking at the very west end of the property.
Yes.
Those are all, on the north side by 18th, I see what appears to be single parking spots. Then on the south side where they look like they're doubled, what am I looking at? What are we looking at?
Those are called tandem parking, where if you have a unit that is allowed 2 parking spaces, they can share the tandem parking. It's something that is not uncommon, but it does allow for a 2-space unit to share a tandem parking space.
That's pretty awesome. And I'd love to see that permeable concrete used in all of those parking spots, just for the drainage. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it, Bob. Mark, what do you got for us?
Do you have any other projects like this that you've done?
With pervious concrete pavement?
No, the whole project. Is this, do you have other projects like this that you currently own and run, or are you just?
Yeah, well, this is Ricardo. We have right now, Reynaldo's gonna talk, we have projects in Orlando right now, already in the construction phase, and one of them already finished. And also we have 2 other projects here in Miami, but we are in the permit, we are more advanced because we got site plan approval at the beginning of this year, because last year was lost because of the pandemic. So we have site plan approval, and we are moving forward right now with construction plans. But right now, we're going to talk about the buildings that we have in Orlando.
So
yes, well, sure. Right now in Orlando, we're doing 2 projects currently, 196 units, and it's a mixed-use project. It's layout with 3 buildings, and it has in the center of those buildings, it doesn't have a plaza, but it has a clubhouse. But in terms of the scope and complexity, it's a project that is similar to this one.
Okay, so you're not just putting this through, going through all the planning and stuff, and then just going to sell this to somebody. This is one you're planning to actually put up.
Yeah, of course. We're planning to build it and to run it for a certain time, and of course, we have an exit at the end. But we are going to do, all the construction management and all the lease up stage, and then we will decide what to do.
It's very, I like the way it looks. It's real nice. It's different from what we've seen, next door and stuff. I like the layout of the plaza and stuff. Where would, if for the events, how many, would there be extra parking anywhere? Or how would the events, is that just for the residents? You said that you'd incorporate the city residents into it as well. Where are they going to park?
No, we have some parking dedicated for the retail spaces. Also, we have a street parking either here in this property or the property next door. They also have street parking. But the majority, if we do an event with 100 people, we cannot accommodate 100 cars. So we are encouraging people to walk or to bring bikes or take public transportation. But we have some parking for the retail space, for the day-to-day, visitors. We have parking, yes.
Yeah, we also have parking for bicycles and, scooters, a few scooters. And like Ricardo said, we have on-street parking.
Okay.
And we're encouraging all the, residents, not just this community, but the neighboring communities to walk to our site.
Okay, that's good. What kind of rent are you going to get on these units?
What kind of what?
Rent. How much is the rent going to be for 1, 2 bedroom and 3 bedroom?
Yeah, let me.
You've got to have an idea what you're
Yeah,
gonna
yeah, no,
charge.
of course. I was trying to take out the pro forma, but I mean, are gonna be market rents. So for the one bedroom unit, if I'm not mistaken, we're about 1,500. For 2 bedroom units, we're about 1,800, and for 3 bedroom units, we're close to the 2,000. Of course, we're considering, we're considering this is a project that is gonna be completed in 2 to 3 years. And we took a reference of our neighbor that it's the need, and we adjusted that price by inflation, and we come up with a market rent that provide us our project to be successful in what we are estimating to be.
Okay, do you have your own management team? And when you complete the building and get your CO, do you turn it over to a management company, or do you have your own?
We have our own. I mean, in our partnership, we have a company that is called Avanti, and Avanti, they are an expert in property management and asset management, and they are involved in this project with us, and they will take the management of the building and everything once it's up and running. All the leasing, all the strategy, we will have it in place. Mhm.
Yeah, we have it in-house. The answer is yes, we have it. One of our partners is the manager, so we have it in-house.
Okay, do they live on site?
Well, we're gonna have a property manager on site. At the beginning, we're gonna have a leasing agent over there during the rental period. But they don't usually, it's a 9 to 5 job, so they don't live on site. You know, we can offer discounts for a unit, whatever, but the idea is just to have a person working there 9 to 5.
Is that somebody local, or would that be somebody you'd be bringing in from one of your other projects?
No, it's gonna be somebody local, because the manager has to be there, because you know you have some time calls during the night or whatever, something that he has to fix or take care of. So it's gonna be somebody local, and also the leasing agents, it's better to have local people. At the beginning, of course, we're gonna put somebody like a manager of the leasing team that is not gonna be local, but the rest, you know, is gonna be local agents.
It looks real nice, and I hope you everything goes well for you. That's all I have right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Juan, you got
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. We had the impact fees, which were $1.3 million. Do you know what the percentage are of those that go to Palm Beach County and the percentage that go to Lakewood Beach directly?
No, at the moment, I don't have that breakdown with me, with us. I mean, we can certainly provide with this information, but at the moment, I don't have it.
Yeah, I'm just interested because there's a big infrastructure rise in fees that have come up from Lakewood Beach and certain things with developments. And I'm interested to see what the share was from this project as opposed to other projects that have gone up. On the second thing, you have 127 units, right? What is the breakdown between the units there? 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom?
Yeah, I think Andrew, if you can put the slide back in where you have the floor plan of the units, we have a table over there with the breakdown. And if you zoom in the table that is on the lower right side, you have it there. Go forward.
Yeah, right there you have it.
Here, okay. Yep.
Essentially 1 and 2 bedrooms. So I believe, so they'd be either young professionals or young families, and with the probably 9% of it left over for sort of larger family with the 3 bedrooms. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Do you foresee then, I guess the park is a good amenity for the families and community that live there. But in terms of the parking, the relationship, the percentage of parking, as opposed to these, I'm sure they've been correlated. Is that correct? In terms of the units getting the amount of parking with the stacked parking that you have and everything else?
Yes, yes. Also, we are using a code advantage that is the 25% parking share, because the retail is no use at night, and you have people going to work during the day. So there are some parking available for the retail during the day as well. And at night, you have the retail vacant, so you have the residents, they can park on those parking. So.
And the Palm Beach School, since you have that mix of units, the Palm Beach School Board, do you have a bus station available for the school children that will be going to school?
No, we don't have a bus, public transportation. They don't stop over here. So we can talk to the transit, the county transit department to see if they
It
can
just
put
seems odd. A development of this size should probably have some type of public transport attached, at least for school children and things when it comes to time of rain and things like that. So I'm just looking at your development mix, and in that 64 units, you probably will have some young families that live there, and which would be nice for the neighborhood and everything else, but they need some of those amenities to make it work. So that's just a point bringing up. My last question is on the transfer development rights. What actually, what transfer development rights did you use, or did you partake to build the project?
Patrice?
Mr. Compton, I'll have to answer that question, and I'm not sure whether you recall, but 2 years ago, we created a bank of city development rights from historic properties and some other properties the city owned. There's about 1 million development rights in a bank, and they are buying those from the city.
Okay, at what rate were those bought?
They are established by the annual fee and charge. It's $10 a square foot.
Got it. So they were able to take those and then parlay them back into the project one way or another to meet, I guess, what was the biggest obstacle in terms of development? Was it the amount of units, square footage? Someone answer? William, you may know.
I don't quite understand what your question is.
What I'm saying is, in terms of where was the largest expansion and that they used a lot of the, I guess, some of the transfer rights to?
The development, the TDR program allowed them to go to a 7th floor on their building number 2 and add an increase of 10% in the density, or 10 units per acre on the density.
Okay, those are my questions. So that's the way they got the project done. All right, I have no further questions.
I think I see Mr. Rice has joined us. Greg, do you have any questions? Can't hear you.
There you go. No, Anthony, I don't have any questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Just showing us your pretty face, are you? All right. So a lot of what I was going to ask inquire has been actually, or we need to come back to you.
Yeah, I have some questions.
Okay, let me turn it over to you.
On page 2, I see that the owner of this property is the Community Redevelopment Agency. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So are you buying this property from the CRA, or how is that property being transferred to you for the project?
Yeah, we went through a RFP competition last year with the CRA. We then 5 projects competed, and we won the RFP, and we signed a purchase and sale agreement that is right now outstanding. And also we signed a development agreement. So we have to comply with certain times that we are, right now in complying with. And at the end of the day, we're gonna buy this property after we get the construction documents approved. That is what our development agreement stipulates. And then after we buy the property, we have 2 years in total to deliver this building, to construct the building, which is more than enough. We are estimating that we're gonna take 18 months to build it, but we have, according to the development agreement, we have 24 months.
How much are you paying for the property?
2.49, $2,490,000.
And what are you paying the city of Lake Worth for the, there was something about some credits. Are you paying the city anything?
The sustainable bonus incentives are costs that are incurred to the project. So they're paid by the developer to the project.
William Waters just talked about this bank of like you said that they would have to
The
pay.
STAR, they will have to pay the transfer development right amount. I don't remember what that is. Maybe Andrew can pull it up, but it'll be $10 for the additional square footage that is facilitated under that TDR program.
$10 per square footage of all the space that they're building?
No, just the additional space they are afforded through the TDR program. If they, need an additional 10,000 square feet for their additional units, it's $100,000. It's not across the entire project.
The total cost for the TDRs is $246,720. So that would be required to be paid to the city.
And that goes into an infrastructure trust fund that can be spent anywhere in the city since it's not a rational nexus item. And so the city commission, this will be the first or second project that we're paying into that fund. On an annualized basis, the city commission will have to prioritize and identify projects they would like to allocate funding from that trust fund account. It can be a whole range of things. That's probably going to come up as a discussion item on the 18th of May.
Do they have to pay that money, or can the city decide at some point in time that they're going to waive it like they do on some?
The city commission, and they could request it to be waived, but every indication I've gotten over the past few weeks is that the city is not open to negotiation of that being waived.
And are there impact fees being charged on this property as well, or no?
There will be water and sewer capacity charges made. The county charges impact fees based on the type of development. There will be some waivers given based on the buildings that were torn down in terms of water meters and capacity that was already facilitated for that development. The impact fees they listed probably include both the water sewer capacity charges that will be charged, as well as the impact fees that are charged by the county at the time of building permitting.
Lake Worth does not charge impact fees?
No, we don't have any impact fees except for the water sewer capacity charges.
So will there be sidewalks, new sidewalks put in front of this building?
That is a requirement. It's not considered an impact fee. If they destroy or damage the existing curbing, sidewalk, or landscaping to what extent there is, they do have to replace that per the policies and procedures manual and street ordinances of the Public Services Department.
And of the 7,500 square feet of commercial space in there, how many tenants do you plan on having? Commercial tenants, how many businesses do you plan on having in that spot?
Let me,
I saw that you talked about a pizza shop, an ice cream shop, a tattoo parlor, a yoga studio, a kava bar, an art gallery. Are those actual tenants that you have lined up, or are those just things that you have in your mind that you'd like to have? Oh, and a pet shop.
we have 16 spaces. So maximum 16 tenants over there.
16
but
tenants.
we don't know if, one tenant can take 2 spaces. So we don't know yet how many are we gonna have, but total, we can have up to 16 tenants.
So 16 tenants with clientele that's coming and going using parking,
Yes.
plus the 121 units?
127 units.
Okay, I'm getting 121. It looks like they're in, and are there assigned parking spaces for the people renting these apartments?
Yeah, we're gonna have a sign and we're gonna have share spaces. As we explained previously, we have some spaces that they're gonna be empty during the day that the retail can use, and then at night the residents can use.
So do the 3-bedroom units get more than one spot?
No, well, they can get two. The tandem parking, you can only assign the tandem to one unit. So the 10 units that we have 3-bedroom are going to get assigned 10 tandem parkings, and so forth. So when you rent this unit, you ask how many parking do you need, how many cars do you have, and you assign you assign some parkings, and other just keep it open for use at night only.
And are these single family residences, or are you allowing like students, 3 students to rent a 3-bedroom apartment?
Well, we have the 3-bedroom apartment. We are building those for families. So we are gonna try to, at the end of the day, is the market who's gonna tell us what is our tenancy mix over there. But at the beginning, we're gonna try to get some families. We have amenities for families. We have the park, the children park. So that is more than enough to start bringing families to this neighborhood. And maybe the 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, maybe you get people that that share the unit, two person, one in each bedroom renting the unit. But at this point, we are looking at what the MID is renting, the rent that they are charging, and the people that they are bringing. And I think we're going to have the same tenancy in our property.
The calculation of parking, you say that there's 11 off-street parking spaces. What prevents anybody else in the public from using those 11 off-street parking spaces?
Patricia, can you?
So we actually have 15. 4 of those, 2 on each side street, are loading, unloading, and ride sharing. The other ones currently are open. We haven't really addressed if we're going to leave them for, resident parking only or retail parking only. But that could be definitely stipulated.
I'm sorry, but it can't be. The right-of-way parking
Okay.
can be counted that's adjacent to the site. It cannot be restricted to a specific person or use unless the city adopts a universal or some type of parking plan where it might be organized around a sticker or a tag. But right now, that we do allow the on-street parking adjacent to a site to count toward the required parking. It likely will be parking for clients and customers and whatever to the commercial space. The loading zone can be delineated on the public right-of-way, but the other spaces are just open for general use.
Okay, so if anybody wants to park there, they can park there. There's nobody who's going to enforce it or stop them from parking there. Anybody in the public could park a car there.
At this point in time, how things are organized, yes, anybody could park there.
Under the signage, it says that you plan to go over the 100 square feet permitted under the code. How much are you planning to go over on the signage?
At the same time.
Annabella?
We submitted our signage plan, and we have pretty much the height and definition of what they're allowed to do, but I don't recall exactly what's the total amount.
Yeah, but the
I can
signage
provide that at a later point.
the signage is for the retail. We're gonna have the name of the building in one place, but the majority of the signage is gonna be for the retail, and of course we're gonna restrict the size of the letters, the colors. We are thinking just to do it black, no color in the signage. So when we move forward with the project, we're gonna start working with colors and more, restriction of the signage. We can do it because it's internally that we can restrict the tenants to do what we plan to do.
Will there be a sign that you can see, like if you're going down Dixie, that'll tell you what businesses are there?
Yes, there will be. we have actually provided a certain amount of square footage for the two tenants that are facing Dixie Highway. And for the corner tenants, we'll have facing either 18 or 17, or our plaza, they have, we have provided 2 areas for signage. There will be no signage allowed on our buildings 1 and 3 facing building number 2, because that's not going to be possible. And that's where the only place where we are planning and anticipating to have a signage. Also, we have a little low wall at the center of the plaza where we are planning to have the sculpture. And that's where we're going to have the logo and the name of the community.
So will there be anything to prevent these standard sandwich board signs from being in front of this building like they are at every other business in Lake Worth?
We are anticipating only the name, and no logos have been anticipated at this time. And they're all going to be restricted in height and width.
I don't think you understood my question. Will you prohibit your
That's a
commercial
question from
tenants
us.
from?
This star is covered by the sign code. They will not be allowed at this point to have sandwich board signs out front. It will be a code violation.
The individual project sign is 32 square feet. The additional signage would be allocated per business. The sign code is something that we do need to get back to. The sign code anticipates the total square footage per business. Really anticipates smaller building. Larger projects in Lake Worth Beach have typically been accompanied by a sign plan that identifies signage per business or per bay, in addition to the plan development signage as a whole, because of the limited amount of signage.
That's all my questions.
All right. Thank you. Okay, I heard a couple of things that you covered, a number of things I was going to ask. We heard could be market rent. But one thing I did see is that you have 8 spaces more than required by our code. Overall, the design I think is pretty attractive. Looking for that. And the staff analysis, what I'm seeing is that if this was broken down into smaller units, there could actually be more density for a development by right. Went over the traffic impact statement that was there, says it does meet level of service requirements. The impermeable surface, Bob brought up the 67 versus 65. That is, well, although some of the semi-pervious concrete's being used, that does count towards half. The resulting number still is 67.3. So part of what we're being asked is to approve. I'm going over by 2.3 as city points out, plan developments allow for the relaxation of certain code regulations to promote innovative design and development solutions. And I did not see it, maybe I missed it. There was talk of murals. And maybe this is a question for staff. Will we be approving those murals individually when they come back, or is that included in this package? And maybe
at this time, it's the location and the size. And then I think one of the conditions of approval would be that the CRA's Lula program would be authorized to facilitate the selection of the artist or support of the artist and the actual mural itself. If you wish that to come back to you when it's actually finalized, we'd be more than happy to do that.
that will be one for input for my fellow board members on that.
I would agree with that, that it should.
To want to see them.
Take a look, yes. See them.
You also said we were going to circle back on that question that I asked at the beginning, that you said you wanted to know the answer to all.
Yeah, that's at the end of the meeting. Right, that'll be under the staff report stuff.
Oh, wait, I can't get the answer before we vote on this?
I don't think it's relevant to this.
I
It's
do.
okay. Ask the question then.
I want to know what are the items that the commission is concerned about under the sustainable bonus program that they want to eliminate?
They have stipulated that for a project moving forward after last night, 50% of the sustainable bonus value would be a check to the city's sustainable bonus trust fund account, very similar to the transfer development right program. They've also mentioned that they would prefer and have now stipulated that on-site passive and active recreation amenities will not count towards sustainable bonus. Dog parks and tot lots will not count unless they are built off-site. And there are a couple other minor things that will not count moving forward unless they are off-site, such as public art or murals. But in this case, both their murals and their public art is perpetually available to the public, so it would count. They would far exceed the sustainable bonus requirement of what is required under the current new rule, except for the payment to the city. That is not required of this project since it was submitted, I don't know how many months ago, and the new zoning in progress applies only to new projects that are being submitted from this point forward.
Thank you, Louis.
I
Does that
wanted to
satisfy?
know one more thing, and I think I'm usually not as pragmatic as this, but I love the plaza, but do you have a security plan for that plaza? Is there gonna be a security guard or somebody around? Because obviously with a lot of families, children, things, we do have a bit of a transitional situation in that area. And I would think that a good security plan, I'm just asking because beyond the police, someone that would sort of look around and deal a bit with the park and go around the development would, I think would greatly help your chances of success.
Is that a comment or a question?
That is a comment.
A comment, okay. I didn't know if we were seeking an answer. All right, fair enough.
Well, I mean, it could be a question. Is there any security plans in place? Are you putting in cameras, lighting? Are you doing anything at all for security purposes for that property?
Yeah, we have lining plans for the plaza, and of course we are installing some cameras. We don't know yet where they are going to be because we haven't brought the consulting yet to the team, but we're going to have some cameras, yes.
And I think the benefit of the way the plaza and the buildings have been designed is that all the outdoor activities looking into the plaza. So whatever the shops when they're open, people are all watching what's happening, as well as the residents from from the above units. So it's a very very open place that everybody's going to be looking at.
Also, Ms. Starr, we as staff will be working with them to collaborate with Palm Beach Sheriff's Office to implement as much CPTED provisions as possible to ensure that there's a safe and non-combative space in the public plaza. And most of our projects do that, working on the Sheriff's Office. They're very willing to help new investment, do the best they can in terms of security measures.
Thank you. Mark.
Around that plaza, you've got palm trees, and if you're going to be having outside activities, wouldn't it be better to have a shade tree? I think there's 10 or 12 trees that go around that plaza.
But there are palms, royal palms trimming the open lawn, but everything else around the plaza are shade trees. I mean, the majority of the trees, the plant material is shade trees.
Okay,
so we only have the palms at the border of the open lawn. Everything else are large shade trees. We're providing a lot of trees because we want this place to be very nice place where people can sit and really enjoy the outdoors in this hot weather.
That's what I'm asking. I mean, for me, if I'm sitting out there in the middle of that green in a lawn chair at noon, I'm not enjoying my life. I want shade. That's what I'm asking. Would you be willing to make those shade trees as opposed to palm trees?
Yes, I think we can turn some of those into, switch those for some more shade trees. But again, between those palms and the buildings, which is in most of the hardscape and sitting areas, it's all shade trees. But yeah, we'll look into that area too and see what, how we can improve it.
I mean, it looks pretty.
I'm sorry. Remember also that this where have the event green lawn on slide number where we show the master plan. Andrew, can you please put it together?
That's number 5, I believe. Yeah,
Yes, that's where we anticipate to have all the different events. And if you can see where we have on the right side and left side of that open green space area, it's where we're providing the benches so everybody can sit around in the shade areas. I just want to make a point.
Yeah, as you can see, if you look at the overall, about 70 to 80% of the trees are shade trees. We just also wanted to, it's Florida, South Florida. We wanted to have that center plaza with a more, South Florida landscape. Those are native royal palms, which is, as part of that, our native plant palette. And they're big. But yeah, we'll look into that. This, there's always room for improvement.
Bob, do you have something else?
No, I'm good.
Mark, you done? All right.
Where's the refuse areas? Garbage, where's the dumpsters? Where's your garbage disposal?
They're located for the retail. They're located on the north and on the south side on 17 and 18. Andrew, can you zoom in really close? Right there on the left, right on the left side between building 3 and 2. Yeah, right there. You can see that's our pretty much the side of this building. It's where we're gonna have all the utilities. And that little double door over there is the dumpster area, and recycle center for the retail and the units along building 3. Same thing happens on the north side. And for the big building, we have a trash chute and we have a trash compactor within our building. And it's on the south side of that main center parking lot, right there.
Are you sure you have this worked all day? Read the room, guys. Seriously?
Hey, Greg, can you mute yours?
How does it get from the check? Is that under the building?
Yes, it is under the building, but we have a service door that our concierge and service maintenance guys will pull the bins to the driveway once the truck comes into our road, picks up, and moves on to the next exit. And the bin goes back again into this huge room where the trash compactor will be.
And then one last question I thought of, will you show the palm trees on top of the buildings, the low-rise buildings? Is there space up there, like usable space that people will be going to?
You mean on the terraces?
Yes. Not on the individual terraces of the individual units. I'm talking about on top of the buildings, you show palm trees.
Yes. We have our 7th floor. It's not all units. What's facing east is those on the ends, on the right side and on the left side, where you see those little Alexandria palms. Those are the terraces for the residents. We're gonna have seating there. People can go out, have a drink or a snack. And
also building 1 and 3, the units is private, but they have access to the roof.
Exactly.
All the units in building 1 and 3, they have 2 floors plus the roof.
Yep, that's where we have all the condensing units located.
Nice feature.
Okay.
What's particularly special about those terraces on the larger building is that the elevation that they will have a view of the ocean.
Yes. pretty much from your third floor, fourth floor, you're gonna have a really nice view to the ocean, to the intercoastal and the ocean.
All right, if that's it for board member questions, public comment. Do we have any members of the public on or comments submitted?
We do have someone raising their hand. Let me just move him. I'm going to promote him to panelist.
I believe Nelson is here for another
Nelson.
item. We can promote him and ask him, but I believe he's here for not this item. Is that correct? Or do you here for Lake Worth Apartments, Nelson? You're muted, sir.
Oh, go ahead. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. You know, I love the renderings. I love what's happening in our city. What I'm concerned is 6 stories. We're not used to see such a height on Dixie Highway. Just saying, because I've been through Florida and I've seen developments do crazy high rising buildings. And I think 6 stories a little high, but that's besides the point. I'm just saying that.
All right, thank you. Okay, is that it for public comment? Anybody else? We're good?
If you are an attendee and you'd like to make a public comment at this time, please raise your hand. If not, we'll move on. There's no hands raised.
All right, very good. Back to the board. Do we have a motion?
I would like to make a motion. Move to recommend the approval of PZB project number 2101400002 with staff recommended conditions for residential urban plan development of significant impact, major site plan, conditional use permit.
I'm sorry, did you just read 002?
You have a different number.
I apologize. I sure do.
Bob liked the backup so good on that one. He's just ready to approve it now.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
That's all right.
I move to recommend approval of PZB project number 2100900001 with staff recommended conditions for use of a mixed-use urban plan development of significant impact, major site plan, conditional use, sustainable bonus incentive program, and transfer a development incentive program to construct a 126-unit mixed-use development at the subject site. And also, I would like to see the stipulation of inclusion of the west parking spots having permeable concrete. And therefore, the project would meet applicable criteria based on the data and analysis in the staff report.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Sherry, would you like to call a roll vote?
Slight correction also, there's 126 units here on this motion, and I believe it's 127 units. And that's just what's written here. It's not you, it's what's written here.
All right, it's also written on the front of the page in the description in every other spot. Where did you get the 127 from?
That's what we got.
That's what it adds up. It's 3 units.
Yeah.
So what is it? Staff, is it 126 or 127?
It's 127. We submitted a corrected stat. There was a typo. The original request was 126. They changed it to 127.
Understood. Thank you, Juan, for your excellent quick math. Bob, are you amenable to amending your motion?
I am amenable to amending the motion to
Very good.
127 units.
Mark, on your second?
I'm with it.
All right. So we have an amended motion with one additional stipulation for the pervious concrete used in the parking spaces, correct? Bob, the tandem parking spaces. All right, very good. Motion on the floor in a second. Sherry, would you call the roll, please?
Wine Cotton,
Approved.
Bob Lipa,
Aye.
Laura,
No.
nay. Mark,
Yay.
Anthony,
Aye.
motion carries.
All right, carries 4-1. We have another motion to be made. I reckon. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We only had one. That one's not. All right. We're all set. Motion passes. Thank you. We're done.
Thank you very much.
Next one.
Good luck.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board, do you guys want a brief recess?
Okay.
You guys? You good to keep going? All right. On to the next. What's that? Right, oh, yeah, I think we had that in there.
Alexis from our team will present the next item.
So on to PZB number 21-01400002, a request by WGI and Engineering and Land Development Firm on behalf of MA Investment Folk LLC for consideration of a residential urban plan development of significant impact, major site plan, conditional use permit, transfer of development rights, and sustainable bonus incentive program to allow for the construction of 200-unit multifamily development at 3300 Beltwell Road within the mixed-use West zoning district. Staff, please.
Thank you. Good evening again. I'm Alexis Rosenberg, Senior Community Planner, and I'll be presenting new business item C. The project site is a vacant 4.746 parcel located on the southwest corner of Boutwell Road and 10th Avenue North. The zoning district is mixed use west, and the future land use designation is mixed use west as well. As mentioned, the applicant is WGI on behalf of MA Investment Boca LLC, and the current owner of the property is Boynton Holdings LLC. On September 7th, 2016, the Planning and Zoning Board approved a 6-story, 158 apartment complex at the subject site. The apartment complex was approved in conjunction with a 5-story, 100-room hotel to the north at 2224 10th Avenue North. The new proposed development, Boutwell Road Apartments, consists of 2 residential buildings totaling 200 residential units. The applicant is requesting the following approvals: a development of significant impact, which is required for developments with over 100 residential dwelling units. Development of significant impacts are reviewed by the City Commission and against additional review criteria. A residential plan development to construct a 200-unit multifamily development. A major site plan for the development of a new multifamily development in excess of 7,500 square feet. A conditional use permit to establish a residential master plan greater than 7,500 square feet. Sustainable bonus incentive program for an additional 25.1 feet in height and an additional density in 7.5 units per acre, which is 35 units. And lastly, transfer of development rights to obtain an additional 4.6 units per acre, which is 23 units. The proposed development consists of 2 5-story residential buildings, including a clubhouse mailroom. And of the 200 units proposed, 120 units will be 1-bedroom units and 80 units will be 2-bedroom units. The project provides 293 parking spaces on site. Of the 293 parking spaces, 226 spaces will be standard spaces, 41 spaces will be compact spaces, and 26 spaces will be provided in the form of bicycle racks. Additionally, as required by code, electric vehicle charging stations will service 13 of the provided spaces. This is an architectural rendering of the proposed project provided by the applicant. And on to existing conditions. The site is currently vacant with a mixture of grass, dirt, and a retention pond. The pile of fill shown in the upper left picture was originally part of an open code case. The applicant has recently applied for a permit to store the fill on the property to comply with the code case, and the permit has been approved by zoning with the condition that the fill shall be removed from the site or used within 6 months of the permit's issuance date. Here's an aerial view of the property. And here the table outlines the future land use, zoning districts, and current uses of the properties that surround the subject site. Based on staff's analysis, the proposed residential urban plan development is compatible with the surrounding uses, which is comprised of the Boutwell Business Center, a hotel to the north, the E4 Keller Canal to the west, and then a mixture of single-family residences, the Palm Beach Mobile Home Park, and vacant lots to the east. Going into staff's analysis, the proposal is found to be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, strategic plan, land development regulations, the criteria for all urban plan development districts, the qualitative development standards, the community appearance criteria, the general findings to harmony with the LDRs and protection of public interest, the specific standards for all conditional uses, the review decision criteria for all sustainable bonus incentive programs, and the review decision criteria for all transfer development rights. The creation of a residential urban plan development allows the developer to customize land development regulations that are applicable to the project, which provide flexibility to allow more creative and attractive development in the city. And staff created a table analyzing the project's consistency with the base zoning district regulations. The project will differ from these regulations in the following areas, which are highlighted in red: the minimum side setback and the minimum off-street parking. The minimum required side setback for this property is 20 feet. As part of the plan development application, the applicant is requesting a relaxation to the minimum side setback requirement in order to locate building A and B 11.25 feet from the north property line. A summary of the applicant's justification is on page 5 of the staff report, and a detailed justification statement can be viewed in attachment C. Regarding parking, the applicant proposes 293 parking spaces instead of the required 320 spaces. To justify parking relaxation request, the applicant has provided a parking study demonstrating that the proposed 200-unit development requires a maximum of 264 parking spaces as opposed to the 320 spaces required by the code due to the majority of the units having one bedroom. The parking study can be viewed in attachment C. Staff recommends that the board recommend approval of the proposed project as conditioned to the City Commission, and the conditions of approval are outlined on pages 16 through 20 of the staff report. If you wish to go over any of those conditions, I do have those slides available. And that concludes my presentation. The applicant also has a presentation, which I'll pull up now.
Thank you, Alexis.
You're welcome.
Good evening, board
Just
member.
let me know, next slide, and I'll go ahead and click the next slide.
Sure, thank you. Good evening, board members and staff. Thank you for taking the time to hear us. With you, Joan Machado, project manager with WGI, representing the developer and for the project, the Bellsley at Boutwell. And we have the other members of our team with us on the call should there be any questions at the end. Next slide. This is just to show a general location of the site. It's located just south of 10th Avenue North on Boutwell Road. Property is approximately 4.76 acres. Next slide. The current future land use and designation is mixed use west under the 4.746 acre site. Next slide. And what we're coming to ask is for the zoning to utilize the UPD development regulations for the project, still keeping the mixed use west underlined zoning designation and not changing the future land use. Next slide. Just wanted to state for the record that this site already has the previous approval for 158 multifamily apartments with a one single story mass building in the center of the site, with parking completely around it. This development has never been constructed, but it is on the record. We just wanted to highlight that the previous approval, again, was a one single mass building, 6 stories in height. There was no real feel for aesthetics on the project. There was a lack of amenity areas and green spaces, pedestrian circulation. There were no sustainable bonus or sustainable elements in this project, no gates, and the site had 2 access points on Boutwell Road. Next slide. This has the proposed program as we have it. We've broken the mass of the building into 2 buildings, A and B, on east-west location. Alexis, if you just want to run through the next few clicks as images will appear. The project is for 200 multifamily apartment units, 120 of them being 1 bedrooms, 80 being 2 bedrooms, with an inclusion of a 5,000 square foot clubhouse in one of the buildings. And as Alexis has stated, about 293 parking spaces on site. The property will be secured with a gate and control box. There's also space for a bus stop. There's 1 point of ingress and egress on property. Next slide, click again. There are ride-share drop-off areas at the entrances of the project. There's also trash enclosures located on the north property line for both of the buildings. Next click. We have all the required landscape buffers around the perimeter of the site. We have on-site drainage via wet retention area on the west portion of the property. And there's also an amenity deck or an observation desk that will be able to be utilized by the residents for both the retention area and overlooking the Keller Canal. Next slide. As staff has indicated, we do have electric vehicle parking stations located centrally within the site, and there's also, next click, compact spaces also spread out throughout the site. So this is a proposed program that we are coming forward with you. Also point that there are 6-story buildings immediately adjacent to us on the north by the 2 Concept 1 buildings, and the recently approved 5-story building hotel at the corner of Batwell and 10th. And that our proposed program is decreasing the height of the previous approval by 1 story from 6 to 5. Next slide. As Alexis had indicated before, there is a waiver for the relaxation of the setback, the site setback, for 10% of the lot's width. That was required to be 20 feet. There will be 11 feet to the building facades, and then just where the balconies or the ground level units have their pads, there will be a setback to 7 feet, but that does not come at a cost of providing the required landscape buffer around the perimeter. With this slide, we also wanted to highlight that there is plenty of separation to all of the adjacent properties, 160 feet to the hotel, 70 feet to the office building, 253 feet from the west to the Keller Canal, and approximately 53 feet to the property line to the adjacent industrial site to the south. Next slide. We also want to state that this project has received TPS approval from Palm Beach County with regards to traffic on the January of 2021. Also to state that the project is only increasing 42 units more than the currently approval. That would only add 27 trips to 10th Avenue during peak hours. The number of trips already vested based on the previous approval. And the project has access on Batwell Road, which currently has been improved by the city, and it has an appropriate level of service both northbound to southbound. Next slide. This is depicting the current conditions of Batwell Road as is in the process of getting its final touches on improvements. Next slide. The project is also located in close proximity to about 4 bus stops running along 10th Avenue North. There's also our project, although there are no routes currently on Batwell, our project will have a bus shelter that will be utilized for both any school children age that may be on the project, as well as any future public transit that may run down on Batwell. Also wanted to point out that within a 1 mile, we have access to the Tri-Rail. That's a 5-minute bike. And our site has been developed with plenty of bike storage and bike. So we encourage the residents to utilize this method of transportation. Next slide. This is just highlighting some of the existing regulations that we had to abide by and the project in general. The UPD allows 20 units an acre, that's 142. Under the sustainable bonus incentive, we are able to capture an additional 37.5 5 dwelling units an acre for a total of 177 units. We're also taking advantage of the city's transfer of development rights, bringing the total density to 47.5 dwelling units. The previous approval was for 33.29 dwelling units an acre. And although the total potential of development would be 47.5, the proposed project is only up to 42.14 dwelling units an acre. Again, total 200 units, and the building at 51 and a half feet, 5 stories in height. Next slide. As part of the Sustainable Bonus program, the project has been developed with Florida Green Building certification. There are on-site amenities for the residents. We have pool, amenity decks, grilling areas. There is a focal point at the entrance, the north side of the entrance to the site, which the developer has agreed to work with local galleries in the city of Lake Worth and potentially get a local artist to put a structure, a monument, or facility at this location. Again, dog parks, shelter, the water deck, viewing stations on the west for nature, and the fact that the property has been developed with environmental aspects in mind for drainage, for vegetation on site. Next slide. As part of the sustainability, the project has economic benefits, increased tax revenue to the city. The project is bringing residents to the existing infrastructure and work from being on the industrial park of commerce for the city, as well as all the businesses on 10th Avenue North. The environmental benefits, the vehicle parking, electrical vehicle parking stations, and sustainable development, introduction of green building architecture, and the social benefits is bringing new residents to the city, new residents that will be utilizing the downtown businesses and bringing new opportunities. There will be high quality amenities on site. Sustainable design promotes high quality for the life of the residents. So the project, it has a well-balanced integration of all economic, social, and environmental benefits. Next slide. This is the view of the potential project once it will be completed, as shown by staff. Next slide. These are the architectural elevations highlighting, again, 5-story buildings, introduction of some modern and contemporary inclusion of colors and textures to the building. Next slide. And this is just showing that we, with this project, have shown compliance with all of the criteria, rezoning, and major site plan standards as designed by the code in the city of Lake Worth Beach. And we meet all the criteria as anticipated by staff. Next slide. This is letters that we have received from our adjacent neighbors to the north and to the south, showing support for the project. Given that we have the offices and the industrial park to the south, this was important that we reached out to our neighbors, and that our project is basically bringing housing for their potential future workers. Next slide. As highlighted by staff in their recommendation, the staff recommends approval of the project, and we're in compliance with all of the regulations and the conditions of approval as highlighted by staff. This concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that there may be from the board. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Do we have any affected parties?
No.
We do not.
All right. Thank you. And we will move on to board member questions. We'll start down with Laura this time. Laura? I'm sorry?
I want to learn.
Okay. Bob, how about yourself?
No questions at this time.
All right. Mark?
I was just looking, the last project said how much money it was going to bring to the city. Do you have any idea what this one's going to bring to the city?
We are anticipating approximately about 600,000 in state real estate taxes with the project.
Okay, same question I asked before. What's the 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom rent gonna be here?
The project is all going to be market rents. We are anticipating the 1-bedroom unit to be around the $1,350 a month. The 2-bedroom units about $1,750 a month, and that's it. There are no 3-bedroom units on the project.
Okay, I don't have anything else right now.
Also highlighting there will be approximately $1.9 million in impact fees with the development of the project.
That's in the city, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
recently we saw something that had a very high impact fee, not impact fee, sorry, impact on the TPS, the traffic study. And while I think it would be correct to put your building there, you were saying that the traffic study really didn't come up between, what was it, 26 units or something? How is the traffic? Could you expand a little more on the traffic and how it's expanded then?
So the site, as I said before, has a current approval for 158 apartments. So
Right.
when you do the new proposal for 200, they only take into consideration the increase in the units. The previous strips have already been vested and considered and counted for on the on both Batwell and 10th. Also, this project has a different unit mix. This predominantly being 121 bedrooms also decreases the number of cars that could potentially be there. So therefore, that's how you got to that number. It is less than 1% impact on Batwell, the addition of the 42 units.
Well, with the addition of 42 units, but in general, my bigger question was how much is it, what is the real impact? Because now you're comparing it to a previous one, right? And that's fine, but then what is the real impact of the cars in the peak hours there? Because that's a very, very congested area. We've had several projects that have been coming through there. And my bigger worry is as they build in that area, we're now getting more and more compiled on there. And I don't think, I hope the traffic people are doing their job, because it seems we've seen several developments come through and a couple of commercial developments. And it would be interesting to see what the full picture is. I mean, when you say, oh, it's just a little more than the previous project, you're benchmarking to something else that's not necessarily what the reality is, what's happening there. So
we do have our traffic engineer on the Zoom. So if you'd like to hear from him directly, he will give you a more technical answer.
Yes.
Good evening. For the record, Juan Ortega with the JFO Group. I'm the traffic engineer for the project, and I should be able to answer your question. So the specific question that you asked was about the peak hour traffic. So based on our analysis, we showed that there's going to be 54 cars in the peak hour, peak direction in the afternoon coming into the project. That is the busiest that we're going to add to the network. We did the analysis assuming we scrapped everything, and the analysis that was submitted to the county and approved by the county assumed the 200 units. We did not do an incremental analysis. The analysis that is approved and the letter that was received by the city shows the 200 units as a whole project. So I can go into more details if you have more questions. I have the traffic study open, and I'll be happy to answer any more questions if you have any more. And I was sworn in at the beginning of the meeting.
All right. My biggest question, I guess, was that the county did, I guess, approve it one way or another. There's a school there. There's a new gas station, 7-Eleven coming in there. There's another development up the road from it on 10th. It's going to be a very busy street, a very busy intersection now in Bothwell and 10th.
Correct. And as part of our analysis, we took all that into account. Having said that, the project itself is located in a transportation concurrency exemption area, yet we did the analysis for everything, and we show that the traffic that we're adding on Bothwell, we have the access to Bothwell Road, and our analysis shows, and again, it was approved by the county, that we, even with all those projects that you're mentioning that are approved and our project, there's enough capacity on Potwell to handle our project. And the same at the intersection of Potwell and 10th Avenue. We didn't have to analyze that intersection either, but with all the improvements, when everything's done, which is going to be done before we are done with our project, the intersection works and meets the level of service standards, even though the project is exempt from it.
Okay, moving along, the piece in the back that seems to have a dock on it, is that a retention pond or is that part of a lake? What is that?
Mosquito breeding.
That is a retention pond. It is part of the drainage for the site. And what you see at the bottom left is just an observation deck for the residents that want to look out into nature, the canal, or it's just another amenity for the site. But that is, it is a retention pond. It's going to be wet, and it is part of the drainage system for the site.
Yeah, and I understand you have, 13 electric car stations, and then do you have any bike stations and motorcycle parking?
Correct. As stated before, we have approximately 104 bike racks, counting for 26 of the spaces. Some of them are outside of the building, but there is interior bike racks as highlighted on building A. As you can see in the interior, there should be a bike room with 56 bike racks.
Okay, and
So
per unit in terms of the parking, how is it counted? Is it at 1.4 cars per unit or one? Do you know the number?
I'm sorry, for what again? To repeat the question?
Per unit, per apartment unit, how many, what is the number, the multiple that you have for the cars?
For the cars, we are parking 1.5 for the 1 bedrooms, 1.75 for the 2 bedrooms. But again, that's the code for the city. The parking analysis that was done for the project states that a project of this nature with the unit mix that we have really only require 262 parking spaces in total, out of which we are providing 293. So it's slightly under what the code requires.
And does that include the bonus of exchanging some of them for bicycle parking?
From the 293 parking spaces provided, only 26 are the exchange of the bikes. So we would still exceed the parking study.
So you have 200, what were the numbers? 292, and you have minus 26, you said?
Correct, 293 spaces.
So out of total per unit, you're looking at how many actual units? And then you have 260 parking spaces plus the bikes. That would probably be what?
Approximately 1.3, 1.4.
1.3, 1.4. All right, I just wanted to see where the multiplier went down, because obviously you have a chance to get the bonus with the bicycle, scooters, and some of the EVs. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
There are ride share here as well on site.
Okay, that's interesting. Is that toward the front? Because you've got 2 buildings.
It is in the front. It is in the front. As you can see, it's on the north side of the entrance. And it is designed in a way that the vehicles can turn around within the area provided without getting access to the gates. So they can turn around in the area and then go back out on Boutwell. And they also, it's pulled away from the main drive aisle. So the time that the vehicles spend, the Uber, Lyft, or whoever the operator is, it does not conflict with the circulation and access to the site. So the access still remains.
All right, thank you. Unrelated to your project, I want to bring up something to the board. If we could look at this exhibit here and look at where the trash enclosures are, okay, they're actually in places where the trucks have to do some serious gyrations to get to them. So what I want to bring up is when we see future projects and, everybody talks about, oh my God, the garbage people said I have to do it. if they could do this, I think they could go into a lot of places. So for future projects, I really like the board to take a look at some of this, that it's not end all, that we have to have garbage cans right in the front of the streets at Lake Worth, because they're just ridiculous. I mean, if they can get to these places, I think we can look at something like this on other projects. That's just thank you very much.
Fair comment.
We've located our trash enclosures directly
I know.
across drive aisles to allow for as much maneuverability as possible.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Laura, you got questions?
When I'm looking at this thing, it looks like you're short. City, our code says that you should have 293 spaces.
No, our code says 320. They're saying their study says 293.
They're basically saying our-
Or no, I'm sorry, 264, their study says.
Right. So, and 26 of those are bike racks, so they're short by 60 something.
We're short 27 spaces from the code.
No, our code says you need 320, and how many do you have?
293.
293, but 26 of those are bike racks, not parking spaces.
But we count.
Correct. But your 320 also accounts for the possibility of the mix of bike racks and everything else.
Right. If I just may add to the conversation. So the parking code does allow up to 25% of the required parking to be provided via alternative parking. And one of the alternative parking methods is either compact spaces. Also, it states that 4 bicycle spaces equal 1 parking space. So they provided park or bicycle spaces equivalent to 26 parking spaces. But as I mentioned, that can only take up to 25% of their required parking.
So they don't meet the criteria, correct?
So they are proposing, like Johan said, 27 spaces less than what the code requires. So as part of the plan development, they've asked for a relaxation in the parking code, and they provided a parking study to justify their proposed parking count.
What is the, one of the items on their sustainable bonus chart? Can you pull up that sustainable bonus chart?
Sure. So I have the part that was put in Johan's presentation I can pull up. And if we wanted to see a more detailed breakdown, that's also located in the staff report. I can pull that up as well. Let me just bring it up here.
Right there.
This one is the one I was asking. What is water recreation? I don't know what the word is. Is it amenity? Waterside recreational, number 6.
It's the observation deck all the way on the west side of the property, southwest corner of the property, between the canal and the water retention area.
Okay, and these are do these have dollar values assigned to them?
Some of these elements came in later on the design process, but yes, there are dollar values assigned to them. We could follow up with the board and provide that updated information soon.
What's the total dollar value of the sustainable bonus that you're getting?
That information.
$1,341,967.50 is the total incentives provided on page 15.
Those are supposed to be things that benefit the entire community, all of Lake Forest, right?
Not according to the, I don't know if code's the right word, but rules that this one's going under.
Is that
correct? The sustainable bonus requirement is 397,000, out of which we are providing $1,061,900. So there's a surplus of $664,755, and that's before a lot of these amenities were added into these calculations.
Are they required to give a breakdown on these numbers?
On page 15, there is some breakdown. I don't know where the 1,000,006 came from because this says 1.3.
Yeah, so in the staff report on page 15, let me see if I can share it. You got it. Okay. So staff did a breakdown. There's additional 35 units provided through the Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program at $10 a square foot. That equates to about $338,012.50. And then through the transfer development right. Yes, the TDR, that's additional 23 units at $10 per square foot. That equates to $222,122.50. So the total for sustainable bonus and TDR is $560,135. And based on the breakdown that they provided, which as Johan mentioned, does not include this that you saw on the slide, on the PowerPoint slide, is actually more than what was accounted for. So on page 15, you'll see that the incentives provided add up to a little over $1.3 million. That number might have increased because more has been added here on the slide.
And board and commission, one point of clarification, the transfer development right value, again, is a $10 per square foot check written to the city. That value cannot be made up by sustainable bonus incorporation of elements. They are welcome to request a waiver of that fee, but again, like with the last project, all indications are from the city commission that transfer development right value will not be waived. It will be a required check to the trust fund. I think you mentioned it was like $200 and some thousand, Alexis?
220.
Correct, yeah.
Correct. William, since you're on there, just to clarify, because I think it might be helpful for us to break this down, because there's a few different numbers. What's in the staff report on 15 says they provided $1.3 million a bonus value, but in order to get those 35 units, they only needed to provide $338,000. Is that my understanding that part correct? So they provided, according to this breakdown, more than's required. According to staff, they needed $338,000 to get the 35 units.
Yes, almost every project the city's had under this program has provided more than actually what was required.
Okay. Just wanted
the
to
only one
clarify
that
the
did not
numbers
was
right.
Woodspring Apartment, Woodspring Hotel, and they paid into the program.
Understood. And then the line behind it, the 23 units, is the check that has to be written for the 222,000. Just wanted to break them down for clarity for everyone. Thank you for clarifying.
Mr. Chairman, if I can also add the Florida Green Building certification in our code accounts for 50% of the sustainable value.
Got it. Thank you. Laura, we're still on you for questions if you have more.
I'm done with my question.
All right, Laura's done with her questions. It's a couple of items. One we touched on a little bit when Laura brought up the parking. We are stating code says 293. I'm sorry, the code says 320 spots. There's 293 being provided. Then there was a study on attachment C that states 264 is their number on their study because of the number, I guess, the high percentage of one bedrooms. Maybe I missed it, but staff, did you guys comment on the acceptability of that report? In your opinion, is that report something that we should be going by, or is it just simply something attached?
Staff did not specifically review the report for compliance. They provided the report to identify the unit breakdown, and it was professionally prepared. So it is attached, and they can speak to how it was prepared.
Okay.
The staff is recommending approval of the project with the parking waiver.
Commissioners, I prepared the parking analysis. I'd be happy to elaborate on it if you have any questions. I am the traffic engineer for the project again.
Yeah, if you would, there is clearly a disparity between the 320 that our code requires and the 264 that the study says is required. I understand they're providing 293, but 264 to 320, that's a good 56 spots different. Could you please elaborate on how your report differs from our city codes?
Absolutely. So the way it works is the code is the standard for the city. There's no modification to it. I'm sure they did several analyses in the past, or I don't know how the code came to be what it is today, which shows that the project requires 320 spaces. The analysis that we prepared, however, we're looking at national data on similar developments to the one that we are proposing. And then looking at the parking demand, that is actual projects similar to ours. Then based on that, we look at the project in several different ways to make sure that we were not missing anything. And this report, and again, this is the standard for the industry, which is the Institute of Transportation Engineers, Parking Generation. We use the latest edition available to look at our data. So we look at the breakdown based on the number of bedrooms. So we took and we calculated the total number of bedrooms in all the apartments. Then we look at the number of apartments itself, and we have a different number. Then we look at the number of occupied units, and there's a ratio to it. We assume the development being occupied 100% capacity. Then we look at all the ranges that are given by the ITE, and the largest number that we have, it was the 264 or 264, 262 number. So based on the industry standards, based on data being collected on development similar to the one we are proposing, the development will need to provide at least 262 parking spaces to meet the demand that is going to be generated by the project. Now, on top of that, as it was previously discussed, we have the bike racks, we have close proximity to bus stations, we have close proximity to bike racks. So this is the number of units that will be required based on, again, industry standards and analysis of similar developments. And then we are proposing more parking than that. So that's how the site came to. And again, traffic engineer for the project, I prepared the analysis and I was sworn in at the beginning.
All right. So, and out of that, this question, thank you for the breakdown. This question will then be for staff, and I'm not looking at the overhead at the moment, but going by memory, I don't recall seeing too many opportunities for off-site parking on the street. I don't think they're going to be allowed to park on 10th or Boutwell. Is that correct? There's no.
That's
There's
correct.
no parking on adjacent streets, no.
Okay, so if the really, this is a private development and their clients, their revenue is being made by the people living there. So if they're have a parking inadequacy, it's not going to affect any neighbors or anybody else, just the marketability of their project. Is that correct?
That will be an assumption that will be correct, yes.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I know that part right. On the traffic study part, I saw where your numbers are there in the traffic study, but there's one part that jumped out at me, and I just want to know where this came from. In section 8 of your traffic study, under conclusions and recommendations, you have the project. When you say you have 1,088 daily trips, 72 two-way trips occur during AM, 88 during PM peak. Project build out is expected in the year 2026.
Yes.
So this project is not planned on being completed until 2020. No. Is that correct?
No, that's not the case. It's different, and Joanne can answer the question. So, because we went to be through with our analysis, there is something in the county that is called Test 2, which means you have to look 5 years into the future.
Okay.
To do the traffic analysis. So, in order to be conservative for our analysis, we look at 5 years down the line for our project, but that is just an assumption for traffic purposes. Joanne can answer the question as far as construction, but in other words, even if we wait until 2026, there will be enough capacity on Boutwell for us to build the project. It's not the intent, but Joanne is the agent and he should be the one answering that question.
No, that's fine. You gave me the answer I was looking for. And then the last one, William, maybe you can answer this one. There was a lot of discussion at the commission meeting last night during a presentation, an informative presentation about the DDI intersection that's planned for 10th. Was that, and I may have missed this, is that planned for construction to start in 2025 or be completed in 2025, or do I have that wrong entirely?
My understanding of, I watched the presentation last night by FDOT. My understanding of FDOT is that the plan is to be constructed by 2026. However, it is my understanding that they have the money allocated and appropriated, and they want to start in 2024 with that development. So again, I'm going from memory on what DOT said last night.
Also,
Yeah,
Chairman, there are other projects the county is proposing to do. There will be an initiation of an improvement to 10th Avenue and the Boutwell Road intersection, probably beginning this fall. There were other projects, as you know, that having already completed on Boutwell Road. We've done phase 1A, 1B, phase 2 is almost done. So the traffic patterns in the general area have been under quite a bit of stress due to all the construction, and that construction will continue. And it's likely that this project will coincide, and at the rate the hotel is being built, it will also coincide with the improvement to the intersection, which will complete that overall Boutwell Road project finally after over 20 years.
Okay. Thank you. I know there's a lot of concern about that area in general. So anytime we're adding even more, it's good to understand what's coming next. That's pretty much it for me. Just overall, it looked like there was a lot of improvements in this project than the last one that we had in 2016. So that's it.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just add to the parking, because of the waiver was requested, kind of our standard practice, especially if there's any parking waiver requested, is we really strongly encourage applicants to develop a curbside management component of their project with ride share and deliveries, and really clarifying those aspects of the project, especially in general, but especially for projects with a parking waiver, because we anticipate the need for alternate accessibility to the project.
Thank you for adding that in there. All right, I guess public comment. Do we have any public comment submitted and or anybody in attendance wishing to comment?
Don't see anyone with their hand raised in the attendee section. And we did not receive any letters or emails from the public regarding this project.
Thank you. All right, back to the board. Any other comments and deliberation before we request a motion? Seeing none. Do we have a motion for this case before us?
Have a motion?
Okay, one.
I move to recommend approval for PZB project number 21-01400002 with staff recommendations and conditions for residential urban plan development of significant impact, major site development, conditional use permit, transfer development rights, sustainable bonus incentive program to allow the construction of a 200-unit multifamily development on 3300 Boutwell Road. This project meets the applicable criteria based on the data and analysis in the staff report.
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion by Juan, second by Bob. Any other discussion? Sherry, will you call for a roll, please?
Sure. Mark,
No.
Laura? No. Anthony,
Aye.
Juan,
Aye.
and Bob.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries 3-2.
That'd be great.
It's gone.
What's coming?
Greg's not there anyway.
Oh,
Greg,
yeah. He
left a while ago.
All right.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.
You also.
Bicycles for parking lots.
There we go.
Bicycles for
Okay,
parking lots.
item D, new business PZB number 21-01400039. Request by Mark Hunley of Charette International Architecture on behalf of 1212 10th Avenue North LLC for consideration of a residential urban plan development, major site plan, conditional use permit, and right-of-way abandonment to allow the construction of a two-building residential project consisting of 24 multifamily units on 10th Avenue North between North E Street and North F Street within the mixed-use East zoning district. Parcel control numbers 38, 43, 44, 21, 15, 318, 0010, 38, 43, 44, 21, 15, 318, 0140, 38, 43, 44, 21, 15, 318, 0150, and 38, 43, 44, 21, 15, 318, 0160. Staff.
Good evening. Thank you. Again, this is Andrew Meyer, Senior Community Planner, and I will be presenting new business item D, consideration of a residential urban plan development, major site plan, conditional use permit, sustainable bonus incentive program, and right-of-way abandonment to construct a two-building residential project consisting of 24 multifamily units, commonly known as Lake Worth Apartments, on 10th Avenue North between North E Street and North F Street. The subject site is located on the north side of 10th Avenue North between North E and F Streets, as can be seen on the map. The property is zoned mixed use east. Property to the north, south, and west of the site is also zoned mixed use east, while property to the east is zoned transit oriented development east. Mark Hunley of Charette International Architecture on behalf of 1212 10th Avenue North LLC is requesting to build a two-building residential project consisting of 24 multifamily units. As such, the applicant is requesting the following approvals: a residential urban plan development to construct a two-building 24-unit multifamily development, a major site plan for the development of a new multifamily development in excess of 7,500 square feet, a conditional use permit to establish residential uses greater than 7,500 square feet, a sustainable bonus incentive program for additional density of 3 units, and a right-of-way abandonment for the city to abandon the alley bisecting the project location. The proposed project consists of 2 separate 2-story buildings. The buildings front 10th Avenue North and each contain 12 dwelling units for a total of 24 units on site. The buildings front 10th Avenue North and the parking for the site is located in the rear. These design choices are in alignment with the city's major thoroughfare design guidelines. The 0.71 acres subject site is currently vacant and is located on the north side of 10th Avenue North between North E and F Streets. Prior to 2011, the site contained residential buildings. However, the site is now currently vacant. These 2 photos show the current conditions of the site. The photo on the left shows the site from North F Street looking towards the west, and the photo on the right shows the site from North E Street looking towards the east. As stated earlier, the property is surrounded by property zoned mixed use east and transit oriented development east. The subject site is surrounded by a mixture of single family and multifamily residential uses. Staff created a table analyzing the project's consistency with the base zoning district regulations, which can be seen on the right. The project was found to be generally consistent with the city's land development regulations. The summarized version is on pages 3 through 5 of the staff report. The creation of an urban plan development allows the developer to customize LDRs that are applicable to the project site, which provide flexibility to allow for more creative and attractive development in the city. The parking provided will differ from the base regulations. City engineering staff has recommended the removal of 2 on-street parking spaces, as the placement of on-street parking close to the ingress and egress of the site poses a safety hazard. Staff found the proposal to be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, strategic plan, city's land development regulations, and major thoroughfare design guidelines. Staff recommends that the board recommend approval of the residential urban plan development, major site plan, conditional use permit, sustainable bonus incentive program, and right-of-way abandonment as conditioned to the city commission. I have the conditions of approval available if you'd like to go over them.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant wish to make a presentation?
Held a presentation over to Andrew earlier. I'm assuming he's working on pulling that up now.
So staff's presentation was all for the applicant. Okay. Do we have any affected parties wanting to address it?
Just a little bit of clarification. I believe Mark Hunley will be presenting his presentation on the project.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying.
Sure. Thank you very much. My name is Mark Hunley. I'm one of the partners at Charette International Architecture, one of two. Our firm has been established about 25 years, founded by Paul Charette. And I joined as a partner approximately 3.5 years ago. I'd like to take a minute to also introduce Eric Schwimmer. He is the owner on the project and in charge of the 1212 10th LLC entity. And I'd also like to thank William, Andrew, and Aaron for all of their invaluable help during this project to the committee. So the Lake Worth apartment project, if you could move to the next one, please. We started off with just kind of the same site plan that Andrew showed. It was a great site plan that illustrates exactly where the project is, facing 10th Avenue North, in between North E Street and North F Street. Next, please. The current survey of the project is shown much. The main reason we showed the survey was that there is a right-of-way abandonment as part of the application. That right-of-way is actually the 10-foot alley right-of-way down the center of the property. That alley terminates currently at the back of the property and is mostly utilized currently for accessibility to electrical overhead lines. In fact, there is one overhead line pole that extends down into the property, but the applicant, Mr. Schwimmer, has agreed to fund the relocation of that line underground and meet with all of Lake Worth Electric requirements to be able to access the site and successfully move that overhead line underground. That's where the right-of-way abandonment comes in to play with the project. Next, please. This is a very similar site plan to what was shown during staff report. The project consists of two 12-unit, two-story buildings that front towards 10th Avenue North and push the parking, garbage collection towards the rear. Based on staff requests from various departments inside the city of Lake Worth Beach, there was a request to continue to allow access to that previously mentioned alley at the rear of the property on the north side. We accomplished that utilizing access through the curb cut there at the rear of the property, right where the previous two properties intersect together there on the north side. Next, please. This is a typical unit floor plate. What's fortunate about this project, we've got essentially a very balanced unit mix. We have on the left-hand side of this diagram, we have an efficiency unit. Right next to it is a 2-bedroom, and then right next to that in the center is a 1-bedroom. And that's simply flipped over to the other side to create an equal distribution of these unit types of 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom. So this is a very typical single floor plate of the project. It would be repeated for the second floor. And then of course, the second building would be a duplicate of the first as well. Next, please. This simply outlines the different unit types that are there, draws into them just a little bit more. Again, an efficiency on the left-hand side, 1-bedroom efficiency, a 2-bedroom unit there with unit B in the center, and then a 1-bedroom unit there with unit C on the right-hand side. Each of them take advantage of being able to kind of provide a little bit of push-pull to be able to provide a little bit of facade treatment so that it's not quite such a flat facade like you sometimes see on certain multifamily projects and things like that. Next, please. This is a front elevation on the top, rear elevation on the bottom. Front elevation would be facing 10th Avenue North. You can see that we've got quite a few glazing aspects in order to be able to meet glazing requirements within the city with planning and zoning. We've also adopted one of the design criteria, design styles that's recommended during a major fair scenario, and provided the design aesthetic that we'd really be looking for on a major thoroughfare scenario. The bottom elevation is the rear elevation, which would face the parking lot and also provides access to each of the units from that face. Next, please. Simply an illustration of a side elevation. The top elevation would be essentially, say, from E Street looking to the east. You can see that the project fronts up towards 10th there, which would be on the right-hand side of that top elevation. And all of the parking is pushed towards the rear of the project in order to allow this project to sit up on 10th. And then the reverse is true on the bottom elevation, which would be as facing west from S Street. Next, please. This is a elevation of the project as a whole. The top would be the front elevation and the bottom, the rear elevation, just a combination of the two buildings and how they would work together. Next, please. Our firm reached out to a landscape architect that we've used very successfully in the past, Chris Cabezas, who sat down and laid out a landscape plan that also provides a nice landscape buffer, pedestrian access, green space up towards 10th, while also providing a landscape design in the rear, resident enjoyment, buffering from the residential projects to the north. Next, please. This is a rendering. Actually, this would be if you were on the northeast corner of the property, looking at the rear elevations. You can see the stairs accessing the second floor units. You can see the parking in the rear. You can see the landscape applied. Next, please. And then most importantly here from 10th Avenue. This is actually 10th Avenue and the facing facade. You can see the in and out of the front facade that I described before, kind of the push-pull. That way you don't have quite a flat facade. You've got the ornamentation with some horizontal striping to get kind of a modern Art Deco, modern, what's the term that's used in the design criteria? Art modern design style that's out of the design guidelines from Lake Worth Beach. Some private balconies there for those middle units. And then again, landscaping to create a little bit of a pleasant atmosphere for pedestrians and for the residents of Lake Worth Beach as they travel up and down 10th Avenue North. With that, we've concluded our presentation. Again, a nice, small, affordable project, and look forward to any questions or requests for information from the committee.
All right. Very good. Thank you. And I believe we heard no affected parties. Is that correct?
We have no affected party, but we do have a member of the public who will, when you're ready, Mr. Chairman, for public comment, Nelson will be available to speak.
Thank you. We'll call for public comment at that point. To the board, Juan, we'll start with you this time.
Yeah.
Questions, comments?
In general, I know the site, and I think that it's a general improvement to what has been there, which is absolutely empty and a pretty garbage full type of space. But can you go to the back facade, please, and see? Can we get the back facade on the screen, please?
Absolutely, we can.
One moment.
Backside, yeah. My comment is I generally like the design, and I think that the front jibes pretty well in terms of the volumes and the lines and the spaces that you have. My only comment is I think the stair it looks like it almost doesn't even belong there. It's just been tacked on. And I wonder if it could be some type of an element that rolls a little nicer with the rest of the profile of the building. The rest of the building, it's almost like the stairs inconsequential. You take it out and the building almost exists by itself, or it could, you know? I think it's an element that needs to be upgraded. Maybe a very, like a robust triangular piece so it becomes solid all the way down. A lot like you have, can we go to the front, please? Yeah, the front seems to be a little more balanced because everything else is what is solid is solid. What's put in front is in front, what's put in back is in back. It all kind of makes a little more sense. But that piece that's just dangling, even these smaller terraces that you're putting there makes a little more sense. But that back staircase is just dingling out there and it has nothing to do with, I think, the rest of the architectural language that you have there. So if you could make that like a solid concrete wall down and maybe put bike racks behind it for storage or something like that, that really might help.
Good, thank you. Feedback.
Mark, how are you looking?
One, if I could just address part of the reason I think why the stairs were clear was for septet purposes. So I don't know if you want to speak about that on that comment.
For what purposes?
Oh, sorry, for visual safety purposes, septet, you know, the design standards for, safety.
Yeah.
So the front doors are, you know, there's doors and windows, and then sometimes for septet purposes, it could be better to have more visibility from the parking. That was.
And I agree with some of that too. It's just, there has to be, I don't know, it just, then the element somehow in the back, it's something that looks almost foreign on there. It looks just tacked on to the rest of the building. And that's my comment in general. And I could see what you're saying. Oh yeah, there's a wall there, someone could hide behind there or something like that. But you could say that someone could hide behind the whole building. I don't know. I just think they look out of place.
From a safety standpoint, part of the visibility of having stairs visible is fire department access. When the firefighters show up, they know exactly where to go. Firefighters and police. So
and you've got numbers for that. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and you've got the number, the correct size of the numbers on the units and everything else. That's what they require. Yeah.
Correct.
Once you have that, then yeah, go ahead.
Just knowing where they need to go to be able to access those upper units, keeping the stairs visible is an advantageous thing for safety. But at the same time, they can still be visible and yet designed harmoniously with the building. And that's
exactly. I think it wouldn't take away from it being a stair. The only triangular feature or something in there would be a stair, obviously, right? And you could leave that top railing on it to see the railing, and it would show the side profile of the stairs. But it's just to get a better building. That's all it is.
I appreciate the feedback.
Oh.
Mark?
That's an efficiency unit on the very left end of the building.
That's
I don't
correct.
even see how you get into that unit from that stairway.
Andrew, can we go back to the typical floor plate? I believe it's like slide 3 of our presentation, if I'm not mistaken. One more. There you go. Back one more. There you go. That unit is actually the only unit that has, I don't know, what would you call it, a side entry door, as opposed to one that. And that's how you get into that unit.
Okay, your microphone's messed up. I can't hear about half of what you say. And can you do the floor plan for the second floor?
The second floor is identical to the first floor.
So where do the way the stairs look on the elevation, I don't see how you're going to get into that end unit.
You can see the beginning of the stairs here on this floor plan, and they actually end at the column towards the end, right there. There you go. And so there's a landing there that you come out onto a walkway that connects all of the units together.
So there's a walkway the whole length of the building?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. I don't see it, but I'll take your word for it. Are these complete plans?
Well, this is a complete first floor plate. So the second floor, like I said, is extremely similar. The only difference is that instead of having a landing at the bottom of the stair there towards the center, the landing is at the top of the stair towards the end units. That is the only difference.
Okay.
Mark,
There's a second floor plan. Yep.
Oh, the second floor plan. Okay, now do you see it?
Now I can see it.
Yeah. The landing turns into the walkway, which accesses each of the units.
All right, how wide is that walkway?
Well, 36. It's going to be about almost 5 feet wide, based on the 36-inch entry door. I don't have a dimension on it. If you give me just a moment, I could actually pull up the project.
I can see it. It's okay. I'm good.
I had your same concern. I had your same question.
Yeah, when you look at the elevation, it doesn't match up, but it does on this.
What else you got, Mark? Don't you need to ask about rents? Don't you need to ask about rents?
May as well. What is your rent gonna go for?
I'm going to defer that question to the owner of the project, Eric Schwimmer. He's the owner of the 1212 10th Avenue North LLC entity. And I see he's on the call. Eric, are you available to answer the rent question?
Hello? Hello?
We hear you.
Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hey, how are you guys? Yeah, so the rents that we're going to be looking for in this project are going to be $10.50 for the efficiency, $12.50 for the 1 bedroom, and $14.50 for the 2 bedrooms. We're not going to look to compete with a lot of these larger projects because we don't have any of the amenities. And basically the strategy that I've always used on all of my projects is I go into, let's call these transitional neighborhoods, and I try to better the neighborhood, rent at a similar price.
When you say you have no amenities, what do you mean?
Well, I looked at the mid, they have a pool, they have a gym, they have all these amenities that they can offer that they can charge higher rents. We're not offering a health club or a pool or a coffee shop or any of the any of those amenities.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
All right, Bob?
The ever-loving parking spots. The project proposals, 36 spaces, and 6 of them will be on-street parking. Could you show us the picture of the parking, the actual, there was an aerial view, I believe, of the area.
If I could just draw your attention to the staff conditions of approval and from Andrew's presentation, we do have a recommendation for staff a staff recommendation for a waiver of 2 spaces. If you look at the 2 on-street parking spaces on the north ends of either one of those, no, not that one, at the north end, north, all the way to the top right and top left on E and F Street. The city's civil engineer who reviewed this project was concerned about sightlines related to the turn radius coming out onto North F and Northeast Street, and recommended that these parking spaces be removed. If this parking spaces were removed, the project would require a parking waiver of 2 spaces.
In the upper left corner is an aerial view. I thought I saw a blow up of that in one of the slides. Could we see that blow up again?
Yes, give me one moment.
All right. And Aaron, coming back to your comment, F Street is a one-way street northbound, am I correct?
Both streets are two-way streets.
They're both two-way?
Mhm.
Okay. And so then with this proposed -2 parking spots, you're looking at 2 spots at the north end, but isn't that where do they enter and where do they leave, ingress and egress? And so where's this proposed parking, on-street parking?
So the proposed on-street parking in the plan would be south of the driveway, of the proposed driveway onto North E and North F Street. The driveway is toward the northern portion of the property. So the concern was, obviously you have, which was just better visibility. So the engineer thought if the removal of those would allow more maneuverability and more sightline visibility.
All right, so if I'm understanding you correctly, if we're looking at North F Street, we can see a white vehicle that's currently parked at the north end of the property. Safe to assume that the driveway would be just south of that vehicle? And then you're proposing the second parking spot would be south of that?
There would be 2 parking spaces remaining on both North E and North F Street. If you go back to the site plan, it shows you the on-street parking that's identified as a component of the project.
Okay, can we see that again? I'd like to see the real thing and then.
So it was removing the 2 spaces closest to the adjacent neighbors. And then that would allow on the Northeast Street, that would allow better visibility for oncoming traffic when somebody was making a left-hand turn. The car was far enough north to be able to pull out and see around the car, but when pulling out, it would be difficult to see the southbound traffic. And then here again, making that left-hand turn onto North F Street. That was why those 2 were recommended from removal in the conditions of approval.
So both of those spots are recommended for removal. So it's really 4 spots being deleted and not 2.
No, sir, it is 2 spots. It is the spots at the north end of the property line. One on E and one on F.
Right. Interesting. All right, thank you.
And that white vehicle, just for clarification from the aerial view, in reference to this drawing, would probably be about halfway into that northern parking spot and halfway into the driveway, just for reference correlating the 2 images.
And I don't know, my limited capacity, I could see that parking spot staying and the 2 spots closest to 10th Avenue, one on F and one on E Street, those being eradicated so that there could be more clarity when you're approaching an avenue. But I'm not a traffic guy. Thank you.
Laura.
Yeah, I see on this page 3 under background, that says the property will be transferred to the applicant around June 2021 with a condition of approval to complete the development of the property within so the CRA currently owns lot 016, which is 0.03 acres. So is part of this property owned by the CRA?
Ms. Starr, for clarification, there was a little teeny parcel 10 feet wide that was owned by the city that was acquired at some point when 10th Avenue North was being redone. And the city transferred that little itty bitty piece of property over to the CRA, and the CRA has an agreement for that piece of property now to go to this developer to facilitate this development.
How much money? Is that a gift?
I can't answer that question. The city donated it to the CRA. What the CRA is getting in return for the parcel, I'm not sure.
On the other properties, we know how much the CRA is charging people for them. I don't understand why we wouldn't know on this one. And there's also an indication that in addition to that, and that parcel that looks like is being given to them, there is, and the owner's on the phone, so I'm sure he could say whether or not it's being given to them or they're paying for it. I also see that there's an alley or a right of way behind the property that's also being given to them. Right of way abandonment on
The
page
city
13.
legally cannot charge for the alley. It can only be abandoned, which goes half to each property owner or for each side. So the request is to abandon that. We cannot charge for that.
So half of it's going to the other property owner?
Well, he owns both sides of the alley, so technically half of it goes to the large parcel, and then half of each goes to the two smaller parcels. But
Okay, so all of it's going to him. So is that in addition to the CRA parcel?
yes,
Okay.
the CRA parcel was actually highlighted in red there. It's only 10 feet wide.
How many other projects does this property owner have? He said he has, he looks for properties in transitional communities, that he does these types of projects. How many other projects does he have? And where are they?
It appears the owner is driving somewhere, so I'm not sure if you know the answer.
Oh, I can talk.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull over right now. Sorry, I was at another location. Hold on one second. Sorry. Just pull over. I have built 7 mixed-use buildings. I have built 8 multifamily, let's call them houses. I have renovated multiple townhouses. I have done extensive renovations in New York City, shoring subway systems, doing extensive steel plans, HVAC plans that are harder than new construction. I am currently doing a residential project in Florida, which this is my new residence. I have this project, and I picked up another project in Lake Worth also, which I haven't filed yet because I'm wanted to get through this meeting. I currently have a 11-unit project that I am building in right outside New York City. I currently still own 30 units. What else can I say? I've built all of these projects with my own license in New York City by myself, with subcontractors and my own employees. I'm using my own money to buy this I used my own money to buy this property. I didn't go through an RFP. The CRA is granting me that small little piece that is, I think, I don't know the exact 3 feet wide. I think I'm paying $100 for it.
What is your license?
I'm currently licensed in New York, and I'm currently studying for my license down here. For this project, I'm probably going to use North Star Construction, as I am not confident enough in the wind laws, I guess.
When I asked you about your license, is that like a general contractor's license?
Yes,
Okay.
I have a contractor's license in New York City.
Okay. And the other property that you said you acquired in Lake Worth, where is that? Is Lake Worth?
Yep, sorry. That is a small triangular piece of property that is in the transit zone. It's a very small piece of property. It is 910 SH Street. And I'm going to look to do 10 units there. I like to do smaller projects, and I like to do affordable housing. In New York, we call it affordable housing. Down here, I guess the term is workforce housing. I'm not going to be doing Section 8 housing. I am just going to create units that are affordable for the modern day worker who, you know, wants to live in something a little nicer and be able to afford it, I guess.
What is a transitional community?
Those are communities that we believe are going to transition from, let's say, a lower end community to a mid-market community. Which I believe that's what's going on in Lake Worth. I mean, I look at the mid and I don't see things that are around there that are like that. And, you know, I just look at everything being bettered in the community. I think the community is changing. I think you're taking a lot of investors are coming in, and whether they're buying existing and renovating and doing value add, bringing up cap rates, or the new construction projects that we're seeing.
So what will the taxable value on this property be? Do you have any idea? How much taxes will be generated for Lake Worth?
I would think probably around 80 to 90,000.
That's the total, not the Lake Worth. That's the county and Lake Worth.
I believe that would be the total. I'm not sure how it's divided up.
That's it. That's all my questions.
That's everything for you, Lynn?
That's it.
Okay.
I'm going to manage the properties by myself with my own team.
Thank you. That was actually one of my questions. Let's start with a couple of questions for staff. I don't have many things. I'm gonna move it along. You've already addressed the right-of-way abandonment. William, thank you for answering that. And from what I understand, there's a very specific process that the city commission has to go through with notification, public notice and so forth, and they vote on it a couple of times. William, can you clarify one thing though? I think you said this last time. Once that gets abandoned though, that portion does get added to the taxable value of the property. Is that correct?
Yes, it does. And then what also wasn't clarified is that Mr. Schwimmer has is instead of incorporating on-site provisions on his sustainable bonus, he'll be writing the city a check. I don't remember what that number is. Maybe Andrew, it's not
21,600 to get an extra 6 units. That one.
Yes.
3 units. I'm sorry, 6. 3 units.
That will generate over $30,000 a year.
Okay. Thank you. We talked about the parking spaces, and I just want to clarify that part too. Staff is recommending, I believe the term in the report is to relax the regulations for the project is short 2 parking spaces, and they're saying to relax 2 from the 6 that are allowed on street. And I know Bob was talking about it and I didn't quite get it myself. How would the relaxing of the street parking be done, since that's usually just kind of people park wherever? Will that area be striped?
Part of the project will require that the spaces be striped on the street.
Okay, so that's how the positioning is controlled. All right, thank you.
That means nothing.
That was pretty much what I had. Everything else is pretty covered. All right. Before we roll to public Mark, you said you had one more.
Nah, I'm good. I got it.
You're good? Okay. All right, public comment. I believe we have somebody online with us.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, my name is Nelson. I live right next to this property. I want to actually compliment the people that are handling this project, because it is going to look beautiful there. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about, and I think you all members of Lake Worth, I am so irate that you are not understanding our situation with traffic, the parking situation on East Street and F Street. You want to take away a parking space from our street? You should see our parking right now. I can't even go out there now and see who's coming on the right side or who's coming on the left side because there's too much parking going on. There's not enough parking space on our street. And our street is very narrow, extremely narrow. So you can even go, two cars can even go through because there's parking on one side, parking on the other side. So only one car can go through. And you're gonna take a parking out of our street. Never mind when you add the exit and entrance on that lot, we're losing already 2 parking spaces and you wanna add another parking lot. So I want you guys to think about us, residents that live there, and think if you can come up with anything. And I tell you, Lake Worth commissioners and stuff, please, you're allowing all these places being built, but you're not thinking about us. 10th Avenue is gonna be a nightmare. People coming in and out of our street, it's gonna be, and you know, the thing is, they're gonna go out to I-95. I guarantee you, they're not gonna go north. They're gonna go south to 10th Avenue, most likely, and yada, yada, yada. Also, the builders, my house is right behind your parking lot. I've had that house since 2003. I'm 65 years old now. I've enjoyed it when it was a duplex, and now I'm stuck. I'm gonna have a light. I'm gonna be like a spotlight there. I'm going to have noise. I think I spoke with someone that maybe said that maybe some impact windows, that would be nice. But you know, I know that we can work that out, but the main thing is the traffic, I will be more than happy to send pictures to the commissioners when the time comes. The traffic and the parking there is absolutely insane. I don't know how you're gonna be able to take one parking out of the East Street and F Street. And you know, the pictures that you show there, where there was only a couple of cars, that was almost 15, 20 years ago. So that's not even close to what is going on now. The property on 1020 Northeast Street of mine, an investor bought it. It's a 3-bedroom, 1-bath in a legal cottage. Well, guess what? They have 5 cars and only 1 car is parked in the driveway. So I want you to understand my dilemma. That's what I'm having. I thank you for renderings, are beautiful. It's gonna help us out, but we need to work on the parking situation. And of course, my peace of mind, noise, because I'm gonna be dealing with the dumpster, right? My master bedroom is gonna be right on your dumpster, right there, 24 hours, people coming and going. So I want some restitution of some sort. And so hopefully we'll work that out eventually off the line. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Please do.
So I believe we spoke on the phone.
Yes, sir.
And I told you on the side of your property that was facing the parking lot that I would replace all of your windows.
I understand.
And I said that we can use any vendor you wanted.
We do.
And I said that just give me a proposal. And when we start construction, I will write you a check and you can take it to your vendor.
Eric,
So
and I appreciate that. It's the, but please understand, the traffic is gonna be, I tell you, I took pictures. When I go out of my driveway, now mind you, I park forward. So when I back up, I can't see anything coming from the left or the right. It's so dangerous. And the people of Lake Worth, the commissioners should do maybe like an island where no one can park near my driveway or the other people's driveway. The people across the street, I already spoke to them.
So I just want to say something. So it's interesting you made a comment regarding someone has a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom, and they have an illegal thing in the back. And probably the problem is that a lot of the units are being rented illegally. And that's why you have 5 cars.
No, they're legal. They're legal. The problem is that a 3-bedroom, 1-bath, you know, you got a husband and wife, and maybe, you know, so they have 5 cars, just to tell you that. It's legal. I already checked it. Trust me, it's legal. 1020 Northeast Street is legal. But the guy only parks 1 car in the driveway. Then the rest is got debris and God knows what. So 4 cars of his are parked all on our street, all the time. So
what I do know, and I feel bad for your situation. I don't know what the situation is there. I mean, every time I'm there, I don't see a lot of cars, but I'm there during the day. So people are at work during the day, so I can't even comment on that. What I do know is before I purchased this property, I was told by the city, and again, these aren't written, nothing's written in stone here, that I was actually going to be able to go 3 stories and build 32 units there.
Oh my God.
Okay, I decided that something like that did not even fit the neighborhood. Let's make it manageable. Let's do a 2-story building that fits the neighborhood, and let's do, you know, this unit count. So
And
again,
I like the rendering. I'm just concerned about the parking situation. Remember, when you rent these units, Eric, one is studio. Are you going to allow 2 people? Are you going to allow 2 people? That's
when you rent units, Nelson, you can't. There's a fine line between discriminating, and there are laws, and then there's discriminating, and you know, people go on a lease, and you know, if someone rents it by themselves, and then they get a girlfriend or a boyfriend, and you know, you also don't want to be involved in the quality of people's lives. You want people to enjoy themselves in their life. My job is to put out a good product. My
Mr.
job is
Chairman, we might be getting a little far afield here.
Yeah.
That's fine. I think you got my message, and let's work on this, please.
I'll do anything, Nelson. I'll do anything you want me to do. I'll buy those windows, and you know, I'm a good neighbor. I'm a good neighbor.
I understand.
Again, this conversation should take place in a civil situation between Mr. Morosco and Mr. Schumer, and not be part of the quasi-judicial hearing of the board.
I apologize.
Yeah, I understand.
All right, we'll cut off public comment. That sounded more like an affected party discussion. All right, any other public comments?
I'll make mention, I did have only a verbal conversation. A gentleman called by the name of James Ludwig. He stated his address was 1109 North Street, and he just said that he was opposed to the project in general, and that there was no need for more additional traffic or foot traffic in the area. So that was the extent of his comment.
Okay. Thank you. All right. No more public comment. Back to the board. Any other comments or deliberation from the board members?
I would just like to say something very brief. I know the project intimately. I believe I looked at it with a client of mine. I think it's the right thing to develop it, not 3 stories. The 2-story option is correct. I believe that, you know, 10th Avenue is a bit blighted there, and it needs to have some type of good entry into our city. And I understand that people in that whole area have issues with parking and things. They've set up a pretty nice parking situation in the back, and I'm sure they've worked with staff to get this thing moving along. But I think it's a plus for the community, especially on one of the major thoroughfares coming off the 95.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other?
Just for commentary?
Yeah, just other comments or.
I agree with everything that he said, except that I don't believe that it needs to have the additional units. And if the addition, not having those 3 additional units would make it so that they didn't go over on their parking, that would seem to make sense for the community. But I do think it's a nice project. I think it'll be an improvement. You know, decent revenue to the city, but we can't just keep ignoring people who are not abiding by the parking requirements. Our parking in our city is a problem, and it's not getting better. It makes it impossible for garbage trucks to get down the streets. They can't even pick up the trash. There's days they don't pick up the trash because they can't get to it.
Can't sweep them.
The street sweeper. I don't know why we have a street sweeper. Streets.
Fire trucks.
Car lift.
They can't get down the street.
All right, we'll get on the topic of that. I just have one follow-up question then for staff, and I'm sure it's in here, but I didn't see it. Can you please just tell us in terms of parking, a development permitted by right, would there be any difference in the parking?
The applicant meets the parking requirement. It's just the only reason why the waiver was requested is just to make the sight lines more visible. There are plenty of developments in the city that actually have driveways and don't even have that additional striping to prevent on-street parking. It's an urban condition. It's, on-street parking. So that was just in an abundance of caution. Engineer recommended that, but the proposed application as submitted does meet parking.
Okay, so it meets our parking requirement as proposed. Okay, thank you for the clarification. At this point, we'll entertain a motion.
You can also recommend to not include the staff's parking condition as well. And that would retain the extra 2 spaces of on-street.
Thank you for the clarification. Everyone get that, so a motion can be made, keeping the 2 spaces on there, which they'll stripe it as such.
I move to recommend approval of PZB project number 21-01400039 with staff recommended conditions for residential urban plan development, major site plan, conditional use, sustainable bonus, incentive plan program, and right-of-way abandonment to construct a 24-unit development at the subject site. The project meets the applicable criteria based on the data and analysis in the staff report. I would also like to say that I'd like to get the staircases so they would be more pronounced and working more solidly with the building, at least to a 50% solidity on the triangular part on the bottom, so they would look more in line with the design.
Is that part of your motion?
Yes.
Okay. Just to make sure you adding anything in the motion about those 2 parking spots.
The parking spots.
That's your motion, your call. Just
Yeah.
the last time we kind of forgot.
Right,
So that's why I just want to bring it up.
I've seen, the gentleman that was here next door, and I think it would be in line with helping him out to not remove his parking spot. So yes, I would, part of the motion, I would make it to not have parking.
All right, so to remove staff's recommendation of relaxing section 23.4-10 for the 2 parking spaces. Okay. So there's a motion on the floor. I just want to rephrase it a little bit, if I would, just to make sure everyone understood that. It was the base motion for the recommended approval. So we're not approving it. We're recommending approval or denial to the commission. And so one tacked on adding back in the 2 parking spaces, but also, and I'll let you word it how you'd like to make sure it's right, an architectural adjustment to the staircases as part of one's motion.
To make it more solid and fluid with the design.
I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Chair, would you call for?
Laura? No. Bob?
Aye.
Juan?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Me?
Aye, because we added in the 2 spots.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving along. Planning issues. Steph, do we have any planning issues?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just give William a quick moment. There he goes.
From a planning standpoint, there will be a development workshop for the City Commission following that regular meeting on the 18th of May. We're going to be discussing the development and economic investment vision and policy of the new commission and mayor. If you tuned in last night, there was a discussion on the Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program. They approved the zoning in progress. We will be preparing an ordinance in the next few months, taking into consideration comments from them on how to move that, I guess, improve or modify or evolve that program. During the zoning in progress, as I mentioned earlier, I forgot which case it was. The program will still be in place, but payment to the city will be required for 50% of the required sustainable bonus value. And there are certain aspects of the program that will no longer be allowed, such as on-site amenities that are inclusive of passive and active recreation, dog parks, tot lots, certain aspects of public art that are not available to the public. We'll probably be going into it a little bit more after the meeting on the 18th. And you will be seeing an ordinance when it comes forward that will revise the program as it's found in land development regulations. There also, we're still in negotiations and moving forward with the Gulfstream Hotel. That was discussed quite a bit all day on Monday. The proposed developers for that project met with each one of the commissioners and the mayor to go over some issues and concerns. There will be a meeting, I believe it will be the last Tuesday of May. I don't remember what date that is, where the commission will discuss the next steps for the Gulfstream Hotel project with the developer, Amy and Amrit Gill of Restoration St. Louis. We also have a couple other little LDR cleanup items that we'll be bringing forward to you over the summer. Aaron mentioned a couple of them, and we're just still really, really busy due to the change in the governor's executive order. We will be more open to the public by July 1st. We're still going to be primarily doing meetings or appointments and limiting the number of people in our lobby, but there will be a number of physical improvements being done to the facility to facilitate a way to moderate the number of individuals in the lobby, as well as provide safety for not only the city staff, but also the general public who come to visit us. We will also, lastly, we will very soon have an online ability to at least pay for building permits online when they're applied for or requested. After building permit is tested, we will do an online bill pay program for planning, zoning, and preservation, followed by business licenses, and finally co-compliance items. And I apologize it's taken this long. We've been working on this since before COVID, and for technological reasons, security reasons, the lack of our current Novaline system to be able to communicate with some of the newer systems out there, it has taken us quite a while to pull off with a vendor the ability to have a third-party person take payments for the community sustainability various programs and applications. So that is coming very soon, and hopefully it will be fully in place by the end of the fiscal year, which will be September 30th. That's generally all the planning issues I have. I'm sure Aaron's got some more. And I'm here if you have any questions or need further clarification.
The only thing I wanted to mention is that during basically the COVID-19 crisis, as we've been limiting public visitation to in-person meetings by appointment only, we've converted to a lot of Zoom meetings and online meetings. And what we found actually is that this tremendously increased the efficiency of staff and the volume of work that we're able to accomplish with the existing staff. We also have seen from our applicants that there is a preference for this type of meeting online because it functions much better than an in-person meeting often because we can share documents, and that shared component function through our pre-application meetings and our discussions is often very effective, especially when we have consultants from multiple team members. So it's saving time and money for everybody. So we definitely see going into the future, the industry has shifted towards more online than in person for applications.
Thank you. All right, if there's no other planning issues, public comment. Do you have any general public comment? All right. Department reports.
I sort of wrapped those up with the planning.
Right.
I kind of, merged them together.
Yep. Board member comments.
Thank you, William, for getting the online component of the plans. Highly appreciated.
Sure. COVID in one way has been a godsend in some instances that we have really upped our efficiency. And not only as you're seeing tonight, but across the board in the department, we are busier than we've ever been in the 10 and a half years that I've been here. And so it speaks well of the future direction of the city. And there is a considerable amount of investment that is where people are desirous to invest that money in the city. So you will be seeing some more projects. There's probably 9 or 10 other ones at some level of interest in the city. So you'll be busy from here forward, I think.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other board member comments?
I do have a comment. Back in May of 1985, in my 20s, I came to Lake Worth. Now in May of 2021, I am leaving Lake Worth. It's been an honor and a joy serving with the boards. I've been on multiple boards. I've had a lot of fun with the city, but it's now my time to say I must resign from the board and allow somebody new to step in.
Well, we appreciate your service and everything for the community, and we'll certainly miss using your front yard for our Paracove block parties. Stealing your electric. One far less interesting, very brief comment too. I have my computer here, so I keep the 430-page staff report on it and try to bounce around, as I know these are just kind of abridged versions for us. They don't always have everything in them. But there's a lot of information on there. So if anybody has the ability to have an iPad or something up, a lot of the things we talk about and ask, the staff does have in here. Sometimes you got to dig for it, but it certainly helps augment what we get here. So that's it. Thank you very much, everybody, for your time and for everything. And Greg's not on the line here, but thanks, Greg and Absentia. So with that, we'll call this meeting to. We will adjourn this meeting at 10:04. Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.